In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody. Oh, boy. We've got, I was just looking at something before we went on. I don't know if you want to read this together. I don't know if you even want this on the show today, or if I should just read it myself after the show. I'm not really sure. Fucking MN Public Records guy just keeps coming out with shit all the time. Jesus, this guy. He's a goddamn... It's a virtuoso performance. I mean, this is the guy who's been leaking records of the Rada case every time, like, Nick shows up on a show or something. He just releases more shit. I just imagine a guy who's got a pile of papers at a desk, and every time, like, Nick pops his head out of his gopher hole, this guy goes, all right, let me see. I got this. I got, no, not that. You know, this one's good. This one. You know what? I think, let me put this in let's upload that. There we go. He's got a new one. I don't know what's in it. I just saw it before the show started. I haven't read a goddamn thing. But I'm always interested in what he's got for us. I don't know if it's productive for me or for the program to really, dive deep into it. I don't know if it's anything new. I don't know if it's, rehashing, going over the same old. I mean, how much new shit can this guy have? How many new documents keep coming out? So I'll kind of let the audience decide if they want to hear about it. We'll read through MN Public Records, or if you guys would rather just get on with today's show. I will tell you this, the evening show audience found this out last night. There's a lot of people who, I don't know, they have a bit of mental illness, and watching Steel Toe and Seething is like that's their biggest hobby. And they're like, what? Why haven't you lowered the goal since April left? They're angry about this. I don't think they actually care, because they're not, they're fans of the show, but they're not like, I love you fans of the show. They're like, I can't live without hating you fans of the show. So I've explained to them numerous times, they're not the best listeners in the world. I've explained to them numerous times, we wanted to shore up things here financially. I had to order thousands of dollars of product from shit April never shipped. I wanted to give Johnny more money. I wanted to give Matt more money. Wanted to take care of my guys first. And when I took care of the guys, now we've got all the stuff ordered and all that. Now I can start taking a look at the books every month and go, all right, what can we do? And I know that they're never going to acknowledge this, and I know it'll set in more seething and excuse making. But I did take a look at the books yesterday, since we're at the end of July, saw how we did. It was a good month, man. It was a really good month. You guys have been fucking spectacular. You've been fantastic. So I took a few $100 from what we did this past month. And last night, I dropped the goal by a hundo. Today, I'm dropping the goal by a hundo. And tomorrow, I'm dropping the optional goal that we have for Rumble Friday by a hundo. So today's 250. Tomorrow will be 250. Last night was 150. Let's go ahead and do it, guys. Thank you very much for your support. We're like I said, when we have extra, we'll extend it to you. And the days have been good. It's been good days for the toe. We've been running up these big streaks. We only missed yesterday by $15, which is a negligible amount. Restarted the streak last night. We're back at 1. So, yeah, let's knock out that 250 today. Call it another win for the toe. And, woo. I tell you what, I'm very excited. Hopefully we have another great month in August. And I think that's a good way to do it. I think it's a good way to do it. I think it's, let's go at the end of every month. We look at how shit's going. It looks great. And then maybe for a week, we knock 100 off everything. That's nice. Honky says MN Public Records is a god. I don't know what that means, Dr. Rondo. JL Not Here with $1 says the first chat each day should call you gay. I mean, that's something you're more than in control of. Somebody says fans that don't have a life outside the internet. Yeah, it is. Like, it's sad. And they want you to have the same life they do. Like, they'll watch clips of the show and I'll be fucking around on something. They'll be like, what a sad life this must be. And I'm like, this isn't life, dude. This is work. Like, people who go to work and do things, they don't fucking, like, that's not their life. Like, yeah, if you watch a guy who's just welding all the time, you're like, what a sad life. The guy just sits at home and welds. It's like, no, he's at work, fucker. Just because you spend every waking moment on the internet doesn't mean the people you're watching in the TV box spend all their waking moments on the internet. This is something you're going to need to figure out if you're going to need to make it to the end of this life. Snigger Niggardly says MN Public Records release is about the child protection case on May 28th. Nick asked the judge if you could get charged with contempt of court for broadcasting his arraignment hearing. Like, me or anybody, because a bunch of people his arraignment hearing was rebroadcast by a fuckload of people. Everybody was playing clips from that. Did he really try to do that? I mean, don't get me wrong. He's been trying to, like, he's been flirting with witness tampering with a few different people. Like, he's been flirting with it a lot. Like, he's really, the public him versus the stuff that comes out in these records, it's two different guys. How nervous he is and how scared he is versus what he tries to play. Oh, just me? Trying to snitch on you for rebroadcasting the arraignment after 50 other people did it first. Oh, okay. Well, no, it was a public fucking court hearing. What did they say, Dr. Rondo? So he does think about me. Aw, my old buddy. Oh, yuck. Once the trial starts, all the bigger streamers will start covering the polycule. Don't be left behind, says McBuster. We'll see. We'll see. Wow, Snigger Niggardly says Nick is a frickin' rat. He bitched to the judge and made a hypothetical if you, Aaron, could be charged because you're associated with the prosecution. True libertarian. Oh, really? Okay. I mean, no. And as far as, like, I'm associated with the prosecution, you understand that I went into the Candy, Ojai County Police Department because I was a suspect. Like, they were looking at me like, they thought like maybe he was just out that day. You know, they didn't know I'd been gone forever and a day and that there were already divorce papers. Like, they also were like, we need to figure out, were you just like getting groceries that day? Were you doing polycule runs as well? What's the deal? Like, it was not like, hey, man, let's team up and get these guys. It was, you better get your fucking ass in here. And I was like, okie dokie. I got nothing to hide. Tell you what I got. I don't know. He didn't call you by name, but common sense dictates it was definitely you. Well, no, of course it was definitely me. Taking a public hearing that was, it's out there. And, commenting on it. No, you can't. That's not. I'm assuming the judge said, what the fuck are you talking about? No, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Is that what, Dr. Rondo, is that about what the judge said? Oh, that's hilarious. That's kind of a desperate move, isn't it? That kind of tells you that kind of tells you something. That's interesting. Because, you got all the lies and all the... If I'm a lying liar who lies, if there was never any polycule and nobody was ever using any drugs, why would you want me gone? Like, why would you would want me to testify? You would want me to go up there and lie my fucking balls off, right? That's what you would want. You wouldn't want to try to stop me from going up there and lying. I could get myself in a lot of trouble for going up there and lying. I'm being facetious. I know why he's doing it. And it just, little old me, all this over little old me. Aw. Kind of makes me tickled. The judge asked the prosecutor, who said they did not want to know because then they become a witness. The judge asked the prosecutor, who said they did not want to know because then they become a witness. So then Nick said he would tell Judge Pussylicker himself. Okay. Honky, Candy, Ojai County cops. Freeze! Drop the SpaghettiOs, bozo! I gotta be honest, I don't know, like, if I'm gonna be doing anything. Like, I haven't talked to anybody about anything since, I had to be declared not a suspect. Because you remember the first papers that came out. My name was listed in there. It was all four of us. The four of us were listed in the document. So I don't, dude, the case they have, like, they got, in my opinion, they got enough, like, without me. I mean, I'm just kind of icing on the cake, I would think. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says you also didn't log into the Zoom, if I remember. You watched clips from LawTubers. I mean, I'd love to see you in Candy, Ojai Orange for an afternoon, but Nick is a snitch and it's embarrassing. Yeah. I mean, I watched other people's clips. It's not like I went in and went pick, 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 pick. I just grabbed other people's shit and played that on my show. What do you do? HBO Netflix says McBuster, of course, will interview Aaron and Steel Toe, but all these other grifters with under 20K subs will be overshadowed. Am I going to be... I don't even know. Oh, boy. I don't know if I can give you this one. Oh, that makes me want to say it's not HBO Netflix level, but oh God, I have a big fucking mouth. I'll admit it, but I don't even know. I have been contacted by people. It's not like an HBO Netflix thing. It's not that big. There have been people who have asked me if I would help write something. That I can't, dude. No, because I haven't even talked about, like, I haven't even vetted these. I've just, like, basically I've given them I'm a little busy right now. I'll talk to you later. I don't know if these people are legit. I haven't looked into it at all. So don't get me talking about hypotheticals that other people have sent me. I don't know. Snigger Niggardly says, the mysterious brown substance was discovered to be a mixture of Nick's feces and your semen. Damn it. Elza Belza says, when you're in court, ask the judge to mention the goal and how much to go till overtime. SC Motorsports says, you brought that up, not us. I know, but I'd like to blame you. $2 from Funeral Director says, please watch and respond to the Canoe Stonies call. I don't know. Somebody told me that she just called and there was some girl on the other line just like, who the fuck is this? And it was pretty uneventful. Like, it was a terrible attempt and it wasn't good, but an attempt nonetheless. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, in other bitch news, Flat Broke Gino is letting Keanu ban people in his chat for asking legitimate questions and has to end his streams early because of it. Why do you have to end his stream early? Just do your show. Just do your show and have a good time. And isn't that what it's all about? Just having fun? Don't want to be involved in any drama? Just want to have a good time, man. Call up Frankie, do a fucking show, man. Approachable says, Aaron just admitted the company that contacted you was Pornhub, and they want you to describe your last marriage so they can make a reenactment scene out of it. Yeah, that's exactly who it was. No, okay. All right, look, I'll say it, but this has to stay between you and I. Nobody else can know about this. All right? You and I, this doesn't go out on the air, okay? Deal? I'll tell you. Look, and don't sit here and go, "Ooh, that's bullshit," because I think it's bullshit. This is why I don't even want to tell you about it. I think it's bullshit. I haven't vetted this. I think once I vet it, we're going to find out that it's horseshit. But there was a guy who claims to be with a studio that makes Lifetime movies. And again, giant bullshit alert with my antenna. Says he loves this streaming drama. And he used to watch Nick during the trials. And he wanted to know if I'd be interested in helping him write a screenplay about this whole situation. Now, I have not had a discussion with this guy. I've just told him, I said, look, man, I'm really busy. I got a lot of shit going on. Summertime, if I'm not at home, I'm at the cabin. I'm with the kids, whatever. I'll get back to you. I don't think this guy's legit. Dude, it was it wasn't even like a Twitter, it was a Facebook message. So I don't, again, I think it's bullshit. But I told some people about it and they were like, I don't know, man, that'd be a pretty fucking killer Lifetime movie. I'm like, yeah, but nobody's died. Like if it's a Lifetime movie, this is why I don't think this guy's legit. I don't think they'd be coming around unless somebody was dead. They might adapt it and then kill somebody in it. I just hope it's not me. I should write that part in, that I can't die. But I don't think it's legit. I think it's some guy fucking around. I would have to, maybe I'll revisit it later. Bigot on Socialist Media says, ask how much money. Yeah, I think it's all silly shit. I don't think there's any ways. I mean, it would be fun. I've never been involved in that kind of process before. But it's something, I'll get back to him at some point here. SC Motorsports says, the minute we don't come close to the goal one day, Aaron will be calling this guy. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, fake and gay. It's obviously Nick trying to compromise you. Besides, they don't let you use Comic Sans in Final Draft. Please stop trying to be well-known outside of Hot Dish County. All right, fair. Dr. Rondo says they definitely kill you off. Yeah, I'm not going to fuck around with any of this stuff until after all of it's done, which could be like the better part of a year from now. Like it could be 8-10 months from now. So I'm not going to worry about any of that kind of stuff. Mac, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciated. Mad Joe with $2.99 says that's one way to keep warm when making snow angels. Funeral Director with $2 says, ask the judge if a fake English accent equals a crime. Hashtag F canoe. Oh, that's not very. Why would you say something like that about someone you admire? Aaron dies in a Baldo accident. McBuster says, what if Lemmy kills Kiki? Hasn't Lemmy been killing Kiki on a regular basis, broadcasting-wise? Then Kiki would be relevant to the Polycule story. Until then, Kiki doesn't deserve a cliff note in the Polycule story. Well, she's not in it. She's not in the Polycule story. It would really just kind of be the 4 of us and some peripheral characters, if you will. Paul with $1.99 says, for the future, biopic on Pornhub. Maybe that might need to be where the guy comes from. Oh, God. 240 away from today. So, yes, July was a very good month for the old toe. So was June. So we're taking a few $100 off a few goals. We appreciate it, you guys. 240 is the number today. Thanks for your generosity. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo memberships. Thank you. Should we read these? Okay, let's take a look at what MN Public Records had to say. He quoted a bunch of people's chats. Okay, I'm just taking a look here. We know Grandpa was in town a few weeks of the Coke stream. Guy was supposedly driving the kids 80 miles a day. He had to have seen the house. Nick's dad was at the house a few times. I remember around tax time when Nick's dad came over, I was standing at the entryway with him. And I think he was either picking up the kids or dropping. I think he was picking up the kids. This was, I think, the last week I was there. When's taxes? April 15th? Yeah, this was the last week I was there. And Nick's dad came to pick the kids up or drop them off again. I don't want to say for sure because I can't remember. And he yelled at Nick about doing his tax. He's like, "Now do your goddamn taxes." He said something to the effect of, I don't want to, this isn't a quote, but he said, "That's why I'm up here, to make sure you do your taxes." So it was something about, I don't know if Nick's unreliable with doing his taxes or what, but his dad pointed at him and said, "Do your goddamn taxes." And Nick's like, I'm going to. I thought that was weird. I didn't know what the fuck that was all about. I'm sure he did his taxes. But yeah, he was up. And then we went to dinner the next day. So that was the week I like, because I think that night was the night that Kayla and Nick started fighting regarding me. And then Kayla's like, "He's really fucking mad. I don't know if you should be here. I don't know what's going on." And I'm like, why don't I take off? If you guys are going to, she's saying, okay. And I'm like, I'm leaving. And Nick's like, "No, you fucking stay here. You don't leave just because she says you can leave." And I'm like, dude, I'm going to dip out. "Don't be a fucking pussy. Stay here." I'm like, I'm going to go. So Kayla and I thought, I'm going to go. Maybe that'll diffuse things a little bit. Because Nick was mad at Kayla that Kayla forgave me for the proverbs thing. Remember when I said I read the proverbs? I didn't read the proverbs. Kayla forgave me for that. Nick was mad because he didn't think Kayla would forgive him for not reading the proverbs. Or some fucking stupid coked out shit. And so they were fighting about that. And I thought, well, if I'm the problem, why don't I just remove myself? Maybe that'll make her night a little easier. April was at the doctor for another sinus infection. She came back, and then those two were yelling at each other. And April looks at me. She goes, "What's going on?" I go, "Shh," because they're screaming at each other. I'm like, I can't focus on just craziness. And then April goes, "You just don't give a shit about me." I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, April came in. What are they doing? And I'm like, "Shh, hold on." And April's like, "You don't fucking care about me." And then she goes into the bathroom. I'm like, what? Don't go in there. That's where the cocaine is. You just got back from a sinus infection. What are you doing? That's why this keeps happening to you. It was a wild fucking night. But that was the day I took, or that we all went out to dinner. And Nick's parents had been watching the kids all week, so we could all fucking do whatever. And nobody, like, Nick wouldn't pick up the tab for dinner. His parents had been watching the kids all week, so I picked up the tab and was like, "Thank you for watching the kids, by the way." And I think we talked about singer-songwriters because his dad and I have the same gay taste in music. Croce fans, I think he also likes Dan Fogelberg, which I can't get into. So Bob was in town. Yes. Did it never occur to the man to send the Ricada children on a trip with Grandma while he and whoever else sat Nick down for an intervention? Just before the arrest, one of Kayla's family members reached out to me, and we basically came up with the plan of, if I can get her away from the house, would you meet me and we could talk to her about getting some help? And then it didn't fucking matter because the next morning they got arrested. So, whoop. Everything that Nick and Aaron have said suggests that while Kayla's family worked to get Kayla and the kids out of the drug den, Nick's parents have been enablers of him and his degeneracy. I don't think they knew. I mean, who knows whose brain goes to that, right? Like, whose brain goes to that point? All right. So this is MN Public Records. He says, "Interesting new matter of public record attached. Not all that new, as it's from the first hearing in May, But now that the court reporter got around to completing the requested transcript that Frank now says he wants to use as an exhibit at trial, it's an interesting read for whatever he thought would be useful while we wait around for the trial. Your speculation from the icy hot Sonichu leaks was correct that at least Nick's dad likely saw the house shortly before the arrest. I only know he saw it like early April, but it was a fucking disaster. Like, it was a nuclear bomb. It was disgusting. There was one time after I left that I saw the house. Kayla had showed me. It was worse. It had gotten worse in the week or so that I was out of there. It was quite a bit worse. Should have saw the interaction between Nick and I. He walked by in the kitchen, and I went, I don't think we liked each other anymore. Bob likely saw the house shortly before the arrest, but as is often the case throughout this saga, it gets worse. Oh, no. Now we see the new revelation of the state's concerns that both sets of grandparents were in the home the week before the removal, such that they would have seen firsthand at least the disgusting state of the home, if not various telltale signs of ongoing drug use. May I defend both sets of grandparents here? This is where I think I can be valuable. This is where I don't think I'm just gossiping. Like, I've got an insider's perspective. Now, I don't know. It seems like with all the documents I've read, it seems like things got worse for all three of them in the 6 weeks I was gone. Like, the guy who bothered them about drugs was gone so they could go crazier. Like, April having Coke and cards out on the nightstand is not something it was never that brazen. It never left the bathroom unless it was, like, taken to a hotel. But, like, in defense of Kayla and Nick's parents, when they came over, I never saw them come further than the entryway. One time, I think I saw his mom in the kitchen, but like usually they didn't leave the entryway. So you can maybe see like the disgusting state of the living room and maybe like how messy the kitchen was, maybe. But for the most part, like there would have been no signs of drug use other than their own children's behavior that the parents would have seen. They would have just seen a messy house, which, you know, how old do your kids have to be before you stop telling them clean your fucking house? You know, I don't really know if that's their place. But all right. They would have seen firsthand the disgusting state of the home, causing the state to want someone that is more versed in identifying these symptoms to be supervising parental visitation instead of just trusting the grandparents to handle it. Just how willfully ignorant would both sets have to be to see firsthand the state of the house in mid-May and do nothing about it? Or could it be that at least one set, if not both, did do something about it? Okay. I mean, I don't know. I think that... So this is the May hearing. So the state didn't go for that argument. All right. Other neat highlights include Nick's characteristically reveling in the chance to hear the sound of his own voice for a multi-page soliloquy, even though his court-appointed attorney sitting right there was supposed to do the talking, or his second soliloquy rambling about how best to put a stop to some sort of state-connected big bad leaker boogeyman or whatever, or a laugh at Nick's Herculean work ethic that used all the time from the May 24th release to the May 28th hearing to only get the home much cleaner than what was initially found, as opposed to objectively clean. You know, I will say this, that home was in such a shit show state, it could have taken 4 days just to see the floor again. Just the amount of clothes that would have needed to be processed through the wash machine. I don't know if 4 days running that machine continuously would have been able to get it back to where it needs to be. And then just the sheer amount of clothes that would need to be folded in the living room just so you could see the floor again. And then vacuuming, forget that. Those carpets were fucking shot, dude. The much cleaner, or his echoing the Mayor Cope stream with the audacity to say a judge with a straight face that there's no indication other than a statute about any child endangerment or parental drug use in parenting's vicinity ever having taken place despite all the evidence to the contrary. I mean, it was... I mean, especially if they're... I don't know what's in their pockets at all time, but if they're carrying vials and bullets on them, you know... I mean, there was... I don't know if it was always in Kayla's purse, but Kayla had a tray that was always full. And I know that when we went places, it would be in her purse. About all the evidence to the contrary, or his very odd specific fixation on the children's seemingly coached statements that any testing of the children that would result in drug use, according to the children, would be because of secondary exposure from some other source. Well, that's not how it gets into those levels in your hair. You know, that's the big lie. You know, I think he said it on Chrissy's stream too. He goes, it could have been in the air. It's like, I thought you said you didn't have it, but it could have been in the air. And no, that's not how that works. Hair grows out from inside the body. It doesn't, the hair is washed before it's tested. It's cleaned. So all you have is what's in the follicle. So if it was from outward exposure, it wouldn't show up in a hair test. So that's just kind of a bullshit cope. Yeah, as far as this document goes, it just seems like, oh my God, look at this. I'll just show it real quick. I don't think you can get anything off of that. I don't think we're going to be able to get, oh, you know what? This zooms in pretty good. It zooms in pretty good. Oh, this is the whole transcript, motherfucker. This is bananas. Oh, wow. You know what? I'll go with MN Public Records' whole summary on the whole deal. That's a lot to get. That's tiny print, and that's a lot to get to. He also, even though there was no mention of any such test results having come back yet at the time, almost as though he already had reason to expect what the upcoming test results would reveal and felt the need to get ahead of the story. Oh, no, you don't say that in court, motherfucker. So before they even came out with any test results, he said, any child endangerment or parental drug use in parenting's vicinity ever having taken place, despite all the evidence to the contrary, or his very oddly specific fixation on the children's seemingly coached statements that any testing of the children that would result in drug use, according to the children, would be because of secondary exposure from some other source. So before any kid even tested positive, he was coming up with a reason as to why they might test positive. I would never think to do that. That to me just seems like someone who knew a kid was going to test positive and wanted to get out in front of it. This guy tattles on himself too much, and that's coming from me. Because at least I mean to. Yikes, dude. That is fucked up. All right, well, that's the latest. I guess if you want to go on Kiwi Farms and check that out, you can. But oh my goodness. Funeral director with $2 says, why is Canoe defending Nick? Did he bang her too? Look, some women of, I don't know, call it low confidence, low self-esteem, whatever, they're drawn to cult leader type personalities. And her instincts about the guy initially were good. She pretty much nailed it right on. But I think she just wants her used to be pretty friend back. And she doesn't care what state her pretty friend is in, which is not a good situation. And you would hope that they'd want a better one for them. But I think she just wants a pretty internet friend. You know? It's too bad, but like I said, ain't gonna fuck my shit up. If people make their choices in this world, and when you know better, like I do, and you watch them fuck up, just watch them fuck up. April's parents look like they were helpless. She probably went full brat, someone says. That makes me feel bad because I know her dad. When I talked to her dad, like literally the night before the arrest, because I said, look, man, I'm out. Like, you gotta keep an eye on this. I can't do this shit anymore. And he was like, I know, something's wrong. He goes, she doesn't sit still. She's always looking up at the ceiling. He said, when you guys came over for Easter, I knew something was wrong. He goes, I knew there was something different about her. She was just acting different. She couldn't sit still. So, her dad knew something was up, and I'm guessing she's just not listening. For fuck's sake, she's 29 years old. She doesn't have to if she doesn't want to. Keanu is dumb and believes April's BS. Well, is it dumb or is it just, a bubblehead who wants her pretty friend back? Maybe she's doing the best she can. New guy says, why didn't they listen to you to stop? Why didn't they listen to you to stop? Have you met junkies before? Have you met one? I never had before this. Yeah, I'd have an uncle and a friend who was an alcoholic, but I'll tell you this, drug addiction is way different than alcoholism, at least to me. Even after drugs were found next to Emily, I gave everybody the either this shit goes or I go speech, and April yelled at me and said I was a piece of shit and I was awful for saying that, and nobody who actually loved her would ask her to stop. Kayla was responsive. She just hugged me and said, I know, and she's crying and she feels terrible about it. Like that was the only human reaction I got out of that whole situation. So the word hopeless comes to mind when it comes to really all three of them. Hopeless. That would be the best adjective I could go with. All right, let's move on from all of that stuff. 2:35 away from today. So nothing really new in all that. Just really kind of what do you call that? They call it a transcript too in court? The court reporter releasing all their notes. Just kind of feel like I'm not saying MN Public Records is running out of steam. I'm just saying that, like, how many fucking documents can exist with this one thing? Jesus. I think the next thing they're waiting for is, like, in a week or two, the court's going to make their ruling on the child protection trial or hearing that they recently had. So let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the Olympics. Then I've got a bunch of Trump audio. He gave an interview with, like, the Association of Black Journalists, or he gave a media interview at a black journalism event. And you talk about a guy just walking into the lion's den and sticking his head right in the lion's mouth. Holy shit. Trump went in there guns a-blazing with the black reporters. Even said that Kamala Harris now is pretending to be black, basically. Ooh. I read some of the quotes. I haven't watched the clips yet. I like watching them with you. You know that. But I was reading some of the transcripts of the clips, and I was like, fuck, dude. That, like, Trump got more balls in the last 8 years. But then, of course, I went to Mediaite, and they're like, Donald Trump embarrasses himself in front of black journalists and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, all right, if they're seething over the shit he said, it's probably shit he wanted to say. I mean, how many times do we have to run this playbook where we go, Trump gave an interview. He said things that were wildly offensive to us in the media. This must be it for him. It's like, dude, he said that he didn't like soldiers who got captured. He liked soldiers who don't get captured. and that didn't sink him. And that's before we were used to him doing shit like that all the time. But before we get into any of that, I do want to show you guys this Yusuf Dikek. He's one of the marksmen, one of the pistol shooters at the Olympics for Turkey. I don't know if you've ever watched competitive, like, Olympic shooting, but people go up there with, you know, their headphones to block out the noise, with their tactical goggles, with all kinds of, like, they go out there with all kinds of gear on them, and they do their shooting. And then you have fucking Uncle Yusuf from Turkey, who just goes up. he's just got his glasses on, and he just goes up there in a t-shirt and fires away. Best thing about this guy, he won a medal. There he is. Look at that. He took, I think, silver in the 10-meter air pistol mixed team event. Yeah. So, like, she's got the ear covers on. She's got specialized glasses on. And he just goes up there in his little polo or whatever the fuck he's wearing, grabs his gun and lets her rip. This guy's like the John Daly of competitive shooting. And he got himself a silver. I thought that guy was awesome. The most shared images show Dikek shooting in a t-shirt with one hand in his pocket, a seemingly standard pair of glasses, and an impassive look on his face. He's been likened to a regular guy competing at the Olympics, or even a hitman. Yeah, like, he was cool as an assassin, as they say. The 51-year-old is no newcomer, though. He's competed at every Summer Olympics since 2008. Really? since 2008. 2000. Wow. I was really with my high school girlfriend still in 2008? Because I remember we took a trip to Florida, and when we would be in the hotel for a little bit, we'd be watching the Olympics. I was still with her when I was 21. Oh, yeah, because I could drink on that trip, and I always had to sneak her booze because she was a year younger than I was. Ah, that's right. I had to be one of those guys who went to a prom the year after I graduated. Oh. Luckily, there was another guy in our group who was in the same boat I was. We dated younger girls. So, well, that sounds fucking bad. But no, they were juniors when we were seniors. So she went to my senior prom. I went to hers. And that was, you know what? I think we were together for like 4 years. Not a bad little relationship. Late junior year into 2008. Pretty good. Very few complaints. Pretty good starter long-term relationship sort of a deal. And then I think after that, dated a couple and then kind of wandered around the universe, fucking around a little bit, and then found my first wife. And that worked out great. 7 years, ended with a bang. Lots of them, actually. Not even with just her. I've lived a sordid life. But we're better now. That's Citizen M says boozing up minors. That sounds bad. I wasn't boozing up minors. I was getting my almost 21-year-old girlfriend some booze while we were drinking on the beach, and I was 21 years old. We were like 6 months apart. Cheeseburger Pie says, you went to prom twice. Aaron is gay, confirmed. Approachable says, oof, let that sink in. Your high school relationship lasted longer than your last marriage. Well, she was a better person. Honky says, MN Public Records is going to have a field day with getting minors drunk. Yes, I did. Back in 2008, I did buy my 20-year-old girlfriend booze. There you go. Take me at 16 years ago. What's the statute of limitations on buying booze for a minor? Statute of limitations on buying minors alcohol. Providing alcohol to a minor. I'm wondering what it's good that I'm Googling this. I'm wondering what the statute of limitations is. This is actually a question on thelaw.com. The likelihood that law enforcement will act on a party that happened several years ago is extremely remote. Is there a reason that you think they might still care? Well, I did roofie the woman, and there was... I was recently in an argument with the neighbor, and her aunt just moved in, was yelling at me about this. Situation happened 2 years ago. Don't worry. I went to a priest and confessed my sins. I'm good. Triple N says, same as murder. Never. Elza Belza says, so if my math is correct, you had a 20-year-old girlfriend in 2008, so that means you were born in 1911. Cheeseburger Pie says, but you bought booze for a minor to get laid by that minor. I don't think I had to. But yes, while we were in Florida, there were actually, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and say I didn't buy booze for her on the Florida trip because she actually got served at the hotel we were at on Daytona Beach. They did like a happy hour 2-for-1 thing at the conference room. And I remember her going up and just buying her own booze. So if anything, they contributed to the delinquency of a minor. And I must say, how fucking dare they? All right, let's get into this Trump shit, shall we? We cut the goal by $100 today. We had a very good July. I appreciate it. 235 is the number for today. If you guys want to contribute to the delinquency of this program, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Let's go ahead and knock that down. Call it a day. Triple N says they believed April was 21 because of the hairline. See, now, why? She's got her own problems. Why do we have to bring foreheads into this? There, but for the grace of God, go I. All right, let's go into some Trump clips here. I haven't watched these yet, but he was at an event for the National Association of Black Journalists. I've got about 4 or 5 clips here of Trump at this event. And, well, they kind of came at him pretty hostile. They were pretty bitchy with old Donnie, and Donnie decided to fire back at him. And just like in sports or life or anything else, when you hit back, you look like the bad guy, even though you were kind of goated and you were, they were being shitty to him and they were asking him fucking dickhead questions. And then he goes, oh, so that's how you want to play it? Well, here. And then everyone goes, oh, Trump's such a terrible guy. And it's like, fucking broads won't stop running their mouth about me. Well, he had some choice words for his new opponent, Kamala Harris. Now, if you don't know, Kamala Harris, I believe, had a Jamaican father and an Indian mother, or the other way around. She's Jamaican and Indian. That's her background. Trump decided to take aim at that during the interview because one thing you can count on in modern day America is that attacking people based on race is always going to work out for you. Let's take a listen.
Is only on the ticket because she is a black woman.
Well, I can say, no, I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly very much. And she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she...
Come on. That's fucking great. And he's got a point. Like, and I guess this is kind of an advantage maybe of having, parents with different backgrounds, is that you can kind of pull the different cards at different times. But if you go back in time and look, it's true. Like she used to play up the Indian heritage. It wasn't the black heritage. She would play up the Indian heritage. And then like now when she becomes vice president, then I'm the first black vice president. I'm the first female vice president. I'm all these things. He's not wrong. It's just like everything else with Trump. It may be true, or he may have a point, but there's a certain level of tact missing, I guess you could say.
She wants to be known as black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she black?
She is always identified as a black woman. She went to a historically black college.
I respect either one, but she obviously doesn't.
And you know what his best weapon is when he does this? Is the shock of the other people. Like it knocks them back on their heels. They don't know what to do. So you'll have these media people who will be attacking Trump and they'll be coming after him, leaning forward. You piece of shit, you did this, you did this. And he'll be like, I didn't even know she was black. It's fine if she is. Is she Indian? Is she black? Either one is fine with me. And they're like, but you can't. It's like the media sets out these rules of things you can't do and you can't say, otherwise you're done. And those rules, for some reason, just don't apply to Trump, and they don't have any backup plan after that's over. They don't have any backup plan of like, all right, well, you didn't fall for that one. Let's try this. They just go right to, but you can't, you're not allowed to, but you can't. He doesn't give a shit.
Because she was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn, and she became a black person.
Just to be clear, sir, do you believe that
I think somebody should look into that, too, when you continue in a very hostile...
So, yeah, that's the end of that clip. He's like, when you're being all bitchy and hostile at me. But what is he trying to say? Is he trying to say, like, if you're going to be bitchy and hostile at me, why don't you ask that bitch if she's black? To which Roseanne responded, I thought the bitch was white. Nobody did. But he did say, what did he say? I respect either one. That's a win, right? Here you go. Yeah, here's press clippings from when she became a senator. Watch Kamala Harris sworn in as first Indian American senator. Kamala Harris, Indian roots and why they matter. But here's how CBS framed it. Donald Trump launched a racially insensitive attack against Kamala Harris on Wednesday. questioning her racial background in a contentious appearance in Chicago. Trump said his opponent for the White House happened to turn black a number of years ago. I mean, is that partial quote accurate? Yes. Is it fair? Not exactly. But then again, you know, when has it ever been fair in regards to Trump? Let's go ahead and check our texts here. This is from back when we were doing the MN Public Records thing. It's an $800,000 house likely bought on their parents' dime. They can't leave it dirty, otherwise they'll suspect something. I don't know. I don't know if they suspected anything. I think they took just kind of a very hands-off approach when it came to that. Maybe like a don't ask, don't tell sort of. Although, no, because Nick's dad did get on him about the taxes thing, which I thought was weird. I was like, is Nick not fucking doing his taxes? What the shit is the deal? I knew he was lying about his, like I found out after I left, like he'd been lying about his Rumble deal the whole time. Rumble deal's coming. Yeah, we're going to Miami. We're going to go to Miami and we're going to do the Rumble deal. Oh, no, they're emailing me the Rumble deal. They're going to email it to me. I don't think the Rumble deal ever happened. I think you lose that once you bust and the kids and all. Don't worry. Keanu's going to get on that stand and she's going to make sure everybody walks. Oh, it's funny to watch. It's funny to watch. Speaking of funny to watch, Donald Trump talking to black people, always a hoot. The next one, this one is kind of obnoxious because this is a clip where the journalist fucking starts it and then Trump responds and then Trump's the asshole for responding. So the interviewer is going to low key here try to call Donald Trump racist and he's not going for it. And that starts a little back and forth.
Is not true. You have told 4 congresswomen of color who were American citizens to go back to where they came from. You have used words like animal and rabbit to describe black district attorneys. You've attacked black journalists, calling them a loser, saying the questions that they ask are, quote, stupid and racist.
Why can't you say those things if people are black? Like, you can't call a prosecutor rabid? Is that a black thing? Like, there's kind of a weird racism in the way these questions are asked because they're like, oh, you called a prosecutor rabid. And instead of what a reasonable person would think, which is you think the prosecutor's overly aggressive, you're saying that black people have rabies. It's like, what? No, you're saying that. You're associating rabid with black people. I've never done that. Like, I don't think Trump's ever done that. So this whole thing that they're like, you called this person stupid, that's clearly racist. It's like, no, he thinks they're dumb. Or you told them to go back to where they came from. Meaning, like, he could have meant their district. He could have been like, go back to whatever hole you crawled out of, you know?
You've had dinner with a white supremacist at your Mar-a-Lago resort.
Oh, what'd you guys talk about? I remember on one of his episodes of the Gavin McInnes show, Gavin had David Duke on. And he kept calling him Dr. David Duke. And I remember because Oz and I used to watch Gavin's show after Steel Toe was done on the radio. We'd go in the production room. We just watch Gavin. And Gavin, we both looked at each other like, motherfucker, he's got David Duke on his show. And the funniest thing, one of the funniest things Gavin ever did, he brought David Duke on his show. And all he talked to him about was his cookbook. It was fucking brilliant. You brought a guy who I believe used to be the Grand Wizard of the KKK, who's one of the most controversial political figures in America, and you just talked to him about his cookbook. It was so great. It was, again, one of the funniest things Gavin's ever done. And he had him on for, I don't know, an hour maybe? I don't remember. But I remember Oz and I looking at each other going, is he just going to talk to David Duke about cookbooks this whole time? And I think he did. But it's like, you've hosted a white supremacist at Mar-a-Lago? Yeah, but what did they talk about? You know, maybe it was just golf. It's pretty white.
So my question, sir, now that you are asking black supporters to vote for you, why should black...
I'm not asking, I'm demanding. You better vote for me, you little dark-skinned monsters, or I'm going to be very upset.
Voters trust you after you have used language like that?
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question in such a horrible manner. First question.
Why? Because she's black? So now black people are horrible? Don't answer that, my audience.
You don't even say, hello, how are you? Are you with ABC? Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network.
You don't even invite me to your house for a cup of coffee. But now you come here on the day I'm supposed to be in election, and you ask me to do murder.
And I think it's disgraceful that I came here in good spirit. I love the black population of this country. I've done so much for the black population of this country, including employment, including opportunity zones with Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, which is one of the greatest programs ever for black workers and black entrepreneurs. I've done so much, and you know, and I say this, historically black colleges and universities were out of money. They were stone cold broke, and
well, goddamn, you piece of trash, and give them a couple of dollars. Couple of greenbacks. Couple of ducats, couple of Benjamins, you piece of trash. Oh, sorry. Stone cold broke is different saying. I apologize.
Saved them.
Well, you see, baby, it was hard time for the black colleges before Donald Trump came in, and he helped out the Negro student, baby, and the Negro student is beautiful. They're funky like a monkey, baby. It's all kabuki theater. And you go to the pay window with Donald Trump, and it saves your Negro colleges. That's why the American dream is going to be making a contribution to the United Negro College Fund, baby.
And I gave them long-term financing, and nobody else was doing it. I think it's a very rude introduction. I don't know exactly why you would do something like that. And
that is a good point. It's like the guy comes to do an interview with you, and just immediately you're like, oh, so you're a piece of shit, and you fucking suck, and you fucking hate black people, and here's the shit you've said. And he's like, I just sat down. I just had my coffee. This is a little bizarre.
Let me go a step further. I was invited here, and I was told my opponent, whether it was Biden or Kamala, I was told my opponent was going to be here.
Do you hear him groan? That's that media brainwashing shit working. Do you know why they groaned? If you don't know this yet, they groaned because he said Kamala. And MSNBC has been trying to get this thing going where if you say Kamala, it means you're saying the N-word. You're being racist. It's racist to say Kamala instead of Kamala. So, you know how we say like, oh, the shit the media says sounds so fucking stupid. Nobody actually believes this shit. Well, they do. They do believe this shit. And they go and they groan when Donald Trump calls her Kamala.
And I was told my opponent, whether it was Biden or Kamala, I was told my opponent was going to be here. It turned out my opponent isn't here. You invited me under false pretense. And then you said, you can't do it with Zoom. Well, you know, where's Zoom? She's going to do it with Zoom, and she's not coming. And then you were half an hour late, just so we understand. I have two.
Oh, shit. You see what he just did? That's racism. Oh, shit. Donald just accused the black lady of being late. Oh, damn. What are you trying to say, Donald? That she's running on CPT, you fucking Grand Dragon wizard motherfucker? Add that to the list. Go back to where you came from. Rabid dog. 30 minutes late. I don't know, man. This guy, I don't like all this bigotry just spewing from his mouth.
Much respect for you to be late. They couldn't get their equipment working or something
Mr.
was
President,
wrong.
I would love
I think
if you
it's
can
a
answer
very
the question
nasty
on your rhetoric
question.
and why you
I have
believe that
answered
black
the
voters
question.
should trust you with another
I
4
have
years.
been the best president for the black population since Abraham Lincoln. That's my answer.
Better than President Johnson,
my
who signed the
answer.
Voting Rights
And
Act.
for you to
Oh, shit. I bet he goes right into the black journalism conference and goes, I'm just as good as Lincoln. Holy shit. What about Johnson? He signed the Civil Rights Act. What else did he do for black people? They still couldn't buy houses in certain neighborhoods. Their right to vote was still being threatened. Johnson was a shrewd politician. Johnson didn't necessarily give a fuck about black people. Not saying Trump, hugs one before he goes to bed every night, but, what about Johnson? He signed the Civil Rights Act. Yeah, true, but, Congress passed that, and then he put his signature on it. Lincoln, actively was we got to free the fucking slaves, dude. It's time.
Start off a question and answer period, especially when you're 35 minutes late because you couldn't get your equipment to work in such a hostile manner. I think it's a disgrace.
Damn. I like that it doesn't matter what environment he's in. Donnie just kind of jumps in and he'll fuck with you. It doesn't even matter. Most politicians will be all right, I'm at a black journalism event. Should probably mind my P's and Q's. I should probably, try to, smooth this over and, make everything nicey nice. Nope. He just goes in there. You're being a rude pig. You didn't say hello to me. You didn't offer me a cup of coffee. You're a piece of shit. It's kind of a dick move if you ask me. He doesn't give a shit where he is. He even calls out a black lady for being 35 minutes late. Fuck. Citizen M says Trump is such a whiny bitch. They didn't even say hello. But he doesn't actually care about them saying hello. He just wanted to use that against them. I agree with you there, Citizen M. He's not actually I'm so upset that you were 35 minutes late. He just wants to fucking shit on him. Landers says that's the problem with politics. The only perspective folks get are the ones pushed by the mainstream media news. All other news sources are silenced, called conspiratorial. Therefore, retards formulate some gay-ass opinion. It's It really is kind of a fascinating thing to see, isn't it? It's Trump goes in there. He says Kamala and people start groaning. And it's that's just some shit people made up and people ate it. They ate the whole thing up. It's crazy. Triple N says civil rights ruined the black community. I've heard that argument made before. That I've heard black people, conservative black people, say the Civil Rights Act ruined Harlem because it ended segregation and all this other stuff. And while most of us, we look at that and we go, well, segregation was bad. It should have ended. There were these black owned businesses that existed because black people weren't allowed to go to the white businesses. So all of these now desolate places had black-owned businesses that were for black people, and they could depend on that constant stream of revenue. Once segregation was done, more black people went to the white places than white people went to the black places. So it really kind of fucked up the dynamic in those neighborhoods. I don't think that's why, I don't think that's why they did it, but that's one of the impacts it ended up having. Oh, yeah, that's right. Is that an actual quote? Yeah, I think LBJ said, we'll get those ends voting Democrat for 200 years. Right. It was LBJ signing the Civil Rights Act was a political move more than a moral one. Bigot on socialist media says, I have no idea what policies these candidates are running on yet. Right. Have you ever heard less policy talk in an election than this one? It's just one guy gets shot in the head. The other guy quits. The other woman cackles. It's what do you guys believe in? And they're like, we'll get to it. It's fine. D's only vote for handouts, says Redman. Well, what about Farmer? Well, yeah, farmers, I guess, handouts as well. Let's go ahead and get to, Pillman Dan with $2. Nice try. W-Man with $2 says, are you still going to box JD from Win by 2? Yes, I asked him if August 24th works. I'm waiting to hear back from him on that one. August 24th is probably the best day for me to be able to do it. The 10th, we've got the anniversary show. 17th, Johnny and I have a private gig that we're doing. And the 24th is the next open day I have. So if Johnny Boy wants to do it on the 24th, that'll be fun. I got 5 minutes. I don't think it'll take. You know what? I'll try to carry him. I will. I'll try to carry John to I don't know how many rounds he wants to do, but I'll carry him. It wouldn't be nice if I fucking hurt the guy. I know what I'm doing. He doesn't know what he's doing. Like, if I go in there and just fucking pummel the guy, that's kind of a shitbag move. We'll make it look good. We'll make it interesting. We'll put on a good show. We'll kind of Thunder Lips Balboa the whole thing, I think. I mean, he should try his absolute hardest. He should do his best. He'll be proud of himself afterwards. By the way, we are $235 away from today. We took $100 off for you. We appreciate your support this last month. $235 away from today's goal. Jump into PayPal, jump into Streamlabs. Let's knock that out early today and just be done with it. Thank you for throwing your lot in with Steel Toe. Kamala. I don't want to be. Well, first, let's go to Pistachio. This is very nice. Aaron, looking good today, man. Have a great show. Wow. Thank you, Pistachio. Landers says Kamala can't run on policy, so they will hit Trump with the low-hanging fruit, race, sex bullshit that literally holds no relevance to society in today's age. You know? I mean, let's keep looking. Let's see what happened with more of this the Black Journalism Conference. Trump commented on him on this whole thing and said that he was promised that Kamala was going to do the event on Zoom. She declined, and he still went there and did the damn thing. Let's take a look at this clip.
Like that officer having, in your opinion?
I don't know the exact case, but I saw something, and it didn't look good to me. It didn't look good to me. Are you talking with the water, right?
Yeah, well, police unions are not backing this per se either. But again,
they're going to be charging the officer. I guess they're charging the officer.
Are you guys having a hard time? I can't really understand this clip, to be honest with you. I'm not hearing this one very well.
Well, he might not. I mean, it depends. It depends on what happens. I'm talking about people that are much different cases than that. We need people to protect ourselves. And by the way, in Chicago, as an example, a few weeks ago, July 4th weekend, they had 117 shootings and 17 deaths.
That is really interesting. Like, if that happened at a school, obviously, we'd be talking about it for a month. We'd be talking about gun control. We'd be talking about new gun laws and shit. But it happens in Chicago. 117 people get shot a weekend, and like those numbers are similar every weekend in that godforsaken shithole. And we never talk about how to make it better because you can't talk about gun control when it comes to Chicago because the guns are illegal. All the guns they're using are illegal, so all their usual tropes for gun control don't work when it's about Chicago.
Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. We need to have our police officers have the respect and dignity back. In this particular case, I saw something that didn't look good to me. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all.
So,
is it too late for a daily reminder that stop and frisk totally worked in New York? I know people had their problems with it. I know they had their issues with it. But stop and frisk it was keeping the crime down. And they did get a lot of illegal guns off the street and a lot of drug busts using that stop and frisk. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says, here I thought fatherless homes is what ruined the black communities. Well, everybody has their theories, right? 230 away from today's goal. Thank you very much for that $2, Buffalo Jockey. I appreciate it. 230 is the number. Why is there a Black Journalists Association, says Honky. Can the whiteys have their own thing without using the racism word? I mean, you mean like a black journalism, or you mean like a white journalism thing? I mean, they have that. It's called Fox News. I mean, if we're being fair, I don't think white people in broadcasting is really. I don't think it's an underrepresented lot. I mean, for Christ's sake, Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski have a fucking TV show. If anything, there's a little bit too much white representation, if you ask me. The fact that once we back off Scarborough and Mika, then we can start talking about, maybe the plight of the white journalist. Otherwise, I might argue we got too many of them in some places. All right, Trump answers final question at National Association of Black Journalists in Chicago. All right, let's check it out. So far, it's been So far, it's been a testy back and forth between the black ladies and Donald Trump. Although I do kind of wish every interview ever was between black ladies and Donald Trump. It would be very entertaining.
Win. What's your first thing?
What do? I close the border, and I do two things, because I can do a lot of things simultaneously.
I can walk and chew gum. I can pat my head and rub my tummy. I'm not trying to brag. These are just things I can do at the same time. I can actually, like Barbara Eden, I can hold plates in one hand. I can balance some bowls on my foot and still put away clean dishes. These are things I can do all at once. No, by the way, black voters should love the closing the borders thing. Illegals have been known to take a job or two away from the inner city worker.
Close the border. We don't want people coming in. We want people to come in, Harris, but they have to be vetted. They have to be checked. They have to come in legally. We want people. I want people to come into our country, but they have to be vetted. They have to be checked. So when you say, what do? That, and I drill, baby, drill. I bring energy way down. I bring interest rates down. I bring inflation way down so people can buy bacon again, so people can buy a ham sandwich again, so that people can go to a restaurant and afford it.
See, now this is weird. It's weird to me watching a billionaire actually get it, because a lot of these politicians are like barely multimillionaires, and they just walk around with their head up their ass and they just keep repeating best economy ever, best economy ever, best economy ever. Oh my God, it's amazing. Oh, isn't Biden just doing a kick-ass job? And none of them acknowledge that these prices are like really hurting regular people. Then you have a billionaire who shouldn't even know what the price of bacon is, shouldn't know how much the price of a ham sandwich is. And he goes out there and he goes, it's terrible. People can't buy bacon. We got to get them buying bacon again. I'm going to make sure that they've got bacon. And like he's actually talking about the plight of regular people versus the economy's killing. Now, part of that is because he's their opponent, but also it's nice that he kind of knows that shit is going on. I hate when they do that test of politicians, by the way, where they go like, how much is a gallon of milk right now? Like that motherfucker should even know. He's not buying his own milk. Leave him alone. But Trump does know that shit.
Because right now people can't buy food. Your grocery bills are up 40, 50, 60%, right? She's agreeing to me. Oh, she's agreeing. Thank you. I like you very much.
Mr. President, I think we are.
But it's true. Your grocery bills are up. And then they're mandating that you buy an all-electric car. You know, Elon Musk endorsed me, and he's a friend of mine. He's a good guy. He's a smart guy. But I'm against everybody having an electric car, okay? I'm very much against that. You have to be able to, if you want a hybrid or if you want a gasoline-propelled car. But, you know, we have more liquid gold, gasoline, oil, under our feet than any other country. More than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia, more than any other country. I want to use it. I want to use what we have. I want to bring down prices.
But then it'll end the world and all the kids will die. You know, the thing they've been saying for the last 50 fucking years that hasn't happened yet. I mean, dude, we were doing so well with oil output. We had the fucking Keystone XL pipeline ready to go. Biden shuts it down day one. Immediately gas prices go up. Thanks a lot, Dick.
Bring down costs. And I also have to stop the invasion. And remember, they're taking your jobs. These people coming in are taking your jobs.
Project 2025.
I think we have to leave it there by the Trump team.
All right.
So leave it. That is the last word. Thank you so much, Mr. Trump, for coming today and joining us.
Well, thank you very much.
They've been telling us.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, very much. Great honor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Wow. You know, like he goes into these places and clearly, like they kind of got it out for him a little bit, and he just walks right in, does his thing, does his shtick, and then heads out. Like none of it phases him. And then you'll have like article after article, and you'll probably have all the talking head shows today playing clips talking about what a terrible guy he is, and he just moves on to the next thing. That's how you deal with it. Landers says Trump pushed the bump stock ban and changes his stances. That's true. Didn't the Supreme Court reverse that, though? I think they did. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says the Trump administration pushed COVID lockdowns and the COVID CARES Act, which lit the inflation fire. That's true, too. Biden just threw fuel onto that fire. If you voted for Trump or Biden, you voted for the inflation. He's not wrong. there were some of us who were saying right off the bat, if we just print this money to give out this stimulus cash, it's going to cause inflation. You can't just make up money. You have to produce the value that the money represents, or you're going to get bad inflation. But at the same time, it would have been best if they just would have opened up all these businesses and just fucking let people work. People get sick, they get sick. Go rest for a week, come back to work. It would have been nice if we would have done it that way, but nope. Reverend JJ says, the worst thing, and this is usually how it is with government, all they had to do was leave everything alone. All you had to do was not touch anything, and it would have been okay. But if they would have left everything alone, Trump would have won re-election, and there would have been no mail-in ballots. So they couldn't just let that be the case. Reverend JJ says, my weekly grocery cost went from $150 to $300 roughly now, which means I end up buying unhealthy stuff that's cheap. I can't wait until Jesse Lee Peterson goes in on these ladies. I don't think they're going to have Jesse Lee on their show anytime soon. I think it'll be interesting to see what a second Trump administration does. Although it's not necessarily a sure thing that he's going to win this thing. I know that sounds weird. After the assassination attempt, we were all like, well, him standing up and doing a fist pumping thing, that's the end of it. That's the end of the election. And I think the Democrats saw that too, and they were like, get this old fuck out of here. So they gave him COVID, and they kicked him out of the race. As far as polling today goes, nothing new yet. Nothing's been released. It's last updated July 31st at 7 p.m. yesterday. Okay. Gonzo Johnny says things would be better if dumbasses stopped believing any other will do anything for them. I mean, that's a fair point, too. All right, kids, let's get her down under 200 by 8 o'clock. We started today $100 ahead because we had a great July, and I thank you. We've had a couple of bucks come in since then, but let's knock her down and stay ahead of the curve and make today a good day here on Steel Toe. So, you heard the clips. We played them for you. You heard what Trump had to say. You heard the back and forth at the Black Journalists Conference. Would you like to see now how the media reported it? This is CNN. Trump goes after Black Journalists Conference moderator. He went after him. You see, that poor defenseless black journalist, he went after her. I mean, he didn't. She shit all over him. Her first question was just talking shit to him right to his face. So he went back and he kind of threw it back at her a little bit. But let's see how CNN decided to report literally the thing we just watched. I'm interested.
I want to start by addressing the elephant in the room, sir. A lot of people did not think it was appropriate for you to be here today. You have pushed false claims about some of your rivals, from Nikki Haley to...
Oh my God, nobody ever does that. I've never seen a politician in my life go after any of their opponents and say things that might not be totally true.
Question, so in such a horrible manner, first question. You don't even say hello. How
we saw this part.
Historically, black colleges and universities were out of money.
Did they just play the clip?
Broke, and I saved them, and I gave them long-term finance. Where's Zoom? She's going to do it with Zoom, and she's not coming. And then you were half an hour late, just so we understand.
Okay, so that was a clip we already saw. So CNN, I thought CNN was going to do like a Jake Tapper, like, oh, Donald Trump's a real piece of shit. Can you believe what a piece of shit he was? Oh, Kamala Harris reacts to Trump's attacks on black journalists. Oh, boy.
This afternoon, Donald Trump spoke at the annual meeting of the National Association of Black Journalists. And it was the same old show. The divisiveness and the disrespect. And let me just say, the American people deserve better.
Aww.
The American people deserve better.
Thank you. Could you describe to me what an American people is? You see, the American people are people that are in America. And America is a country. And the people are humans. You're right.
The American people deserve a leader who tells the truth, a leader who does not respond with hostility and anger when confronted with the facts.
Men!
We deserve a leader who understands that our differences do not divide us.
You fucking shitting me? Are you cocksucking serious? Are you out of your fucking mind? Are the people who have said threat to democracy, he's Hitler, he's awful. We don't want to be divisive. You got a guy shot in the ear. You're sitting here going, oh, look, we don't want to be divisive about all this. We want to bring people together, you know, our people and the people who support the sociopathic race monster. We want all of them to get along. They hate you and they want you dead, but they'll settle for your submission.
They are an essential source of our strength.
I personally thought that was calcium.
I wonder about JD.
All right, we're good there. So everybody jumped on Trump for how he was during the national black fucking journalist thing, but I don't know. It seemed like a big nothing burger to me. Honestly, it seemed like just a regular Trump interview. I say Gutierrez with $2 says it's finally here. Texans versus Bears tonight. Is it really already? Texans, Bears. Yeah, tonight at 7 p.m. Holy shit. We get to see Caleb Williams for the first time. That'll be it. And Rome Odunze. Couple of good rookies in that game. Okay. Sounds good to me. God damn, man. This is July was, I think they said, the last month until March where there will be no football on. That's a good feeling. They're saying in Minnesota here, they're saying that our boy McCarthy, our number 10 overall pick, he's starting to look better than Darnold in practices. And I get it. It's just, you know, as Allen Iverson once famously said, man, we talking about practice. We ain't even talking about a game. We talking about practice. I get that. But they're saying he's looking more consistent. His arm is looking great. I'm now starting to wonder, is J.J. McCarthy going to end up being the starter for the Vikings? And Sam Darnold might end up on the bench. I mean, if he's ready for the job and he's doing better than the other guy, if he doesn't have any stage fright, fuck it, let him go. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says Trump advocated for red flag laws. His low IQ supporters think he's pro-Second Amendment. Well, you know, a lot of people don't know that Donald Trump was a Democrat for most of his life. He became a Republican once he just thought Democrats went way too far to the left. Gonzo Johnny says, all we need is to rid us of these political parasites to have real currency and natural law. Oh, shit. We're getting deep today. Chevy Fan says, Vikings are trash. I'll put money on us losing the first 3 games. Huh. Hold on a minute. Vikings schedule. I know we've got the Texans and the 49ers in 2 of our first 3 games. That's not good. But there's got to be a winnable one in there, right? Let's take a look. Vikings schedule, week 1. Oh, that's preseason. Okay, regular season. Dude, the Giants, we're going to fucking smoke the Giants. 49ers at home, Texans at home. And then at the Packers. Oh, shit, I could see us starting 1-3 this year. All right, how many wins do we have? Giants, Jets, Lions at home, I think we can get that one. At the Rams, no. Colts here, yes. At Jacksonville, that's a win. At Tennessee, that's a win. At the Bears, that's a loss. Cardinals here, that's a win. Falcons here, we're going to beat Kirk Cousins. Bears here, that's a win. At the Seahawks, that's a loss. Packers here, that's a win. At the Lions, that's a loss. I think we got 10. Call me nuts. Call me insane. I think we can go 10-7 and make the playoffs. I know you don't believe me. I know that sounds Pollyannish, but I really do think we could do it. King Kong Dong says, I have the Vikings 8-9 or 9-8. See, that's not so bad. But I don't see us going 0-3. You son of a bitch. Vikings can't keep a corner to save their life. It's not our fault our new one dropped dead on us, but we got Duke Shelley back, and then we signed Fabian Moreau. We might be okay. We might be all right. Dead Game says, bread and circuses. Count on a millennial to fall for it. What do you mean fall for it? I like football. I hate it when people who don't like sports do that. Like, people who don't like sports, like, just don't like sports. It's okay for you to not like sports and think sports sucks. That's totally fine. None of us are going to be upset at you over that. Go do something else. That's totally cool. What's terrible is like when you're watching a game and somebody who hates sports is so fucking miserable, they want to ruin it for someone else. So they'll go like, oh, it's probably fixed. And like, this isn't even real. Like, it's just a distraction. It's like, shut the fuck up. If you'll excuse me, we're trying to distract ourselves. What do you want me to do? To stare at the price of bacon in a fucking weekly shopper all day and just get sad? No. I'm going to watch the football game with my friends. I'm going to have a couple of beers and I'm going to have fun. I'm going to enjoy myself. I have all kinds of time to get back to being depressed about the way the world is after that. All right? It's all entertainment. It's all a distraction. And that's the good part. Gonzo Johnny says, why do you need to distract yourself? It's not about needing to distract yourself. It's a fun distraction. I don't need to do a lot of shit that's a fun distraction that entertains me. I don't need to go to the Benton County Fair and look at a bunch of fucking psychos this weekend, but I want to. Sounds like fun. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says Trump is still a lifelong New York City Democrat and con artist. He ran as a Republican because he knew their base is a bunch of toothless, retarded hillbillies that make easy marks. Vikings will be 7-9. There's 17 games now, Buffalo Jockey, so you got to put us at either 8-9 or 7-10. If you will, baby. 225 away from today. Everybody throw in. Let's get under 200 by 8 o'clock. Pistachio with a good point. Gonzo, you are literally distracting yourself as you speak. You're watching a stream. Yeah, I'm a distraction. Although I guess you could say we're talking about like news and shit, but like, do any of us know what the fuck we're talking about? Not really. Let's go to the text line. Bring Johnny and Matt to a Vikings game club this year. I would if they wanted to. I don't know. It's going to be probably hard to get Matt to a game. I don't think Matt really likes football. I don't know how Johnny feels about, hobbling to U.S. Bank Stadium, but I would if they wanted to. I wouldn't make, like I said, I wouldn't make them. Breaking news, a fight has broken out between Steelers quarterbacks Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. Ooh, if you're a Steelers fan, those are your quarterback options. After Fields threw a quick touchdown pass, he turned to Wilson and said, most expensive backup in the league, should be making subs at Subway. An infuriated Wilson then slapped Fields with an open hand slap, which led to the team's scuffle. Oh, fun. A little fire in the belly of the Pittsburgh Steelers, huh? Russell, that's good trash talk, though. Most expensive backup in the league after you throw a touchdown. What's Fields going to do after he fucking skips a ball to a guy and he's 10 yards short on the throw? Because we see a lot of those from Justin Fields, too. MSO says, I missed the Amazon shirt. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. SC Motorsports says, bring Johnny. Handicap seats are front row, Aaron. No. Gonzo says, have a nice day. I for sure will and won't have to distract myself from my reality. What? Like, I don't get that. Why do people get so worked up over that? I don't have to distract myself from reality. Well, nobody. Do people have to? It's kind of fun sometimes, right? That's what video games are all about. Like, video games are just about, I'm going to do something else. Just going to take a break for a little while. It's not about needing to. It's about, hey, here's a fun thing that I can do that has absolutely no bearing on anything. It's just a fun, stupid shit thing I'm going to be doing. I don't really understand why that's a bad thing. King Kong Dong says, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out, Gonzo. Be nice to Gonzo. He just doesn't like being distracted. That's all. He likes to keep his mind on the grind, as the kids say. Go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe, throw in a couple of bucks, and let's hammer out that 225 today. You guys are the best. I knocked the goal down by about $100 for you today. Take care of the rest, if you please. We've got more information on the Trump assassination attempt. See, Gonzo, I'm not distracting anybody. I'm going right back into the news. I've got distractions for you today, and it's going to be really fun. But this is, we got more real shit for you. There's more information coming out about the assassination attempt. I know we say that every day, but there's new information coming out all the time. And it's going to continue to infuriate you. This one, yesterday we showed you that there's video of the cops surrounding the building that the shooter was on top of for minutes before the shooting, that they spotted this guy 90 minutes before he was up on the roof and taking shots. Well, now we literally have video from the rally, and this one is the most Looney Tunes of the whole thing. This is like an actual Roadrunner cartoon. You know how there used to be those cartoons where the main character, like Bugs Bunny or whatever, would tiptoe? And you get the ping, 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 ping as he tiptoed. And then someone would look, and then he'd immediately hide behind something. That's what this is going to look like. They actually had footage of the shooter running around back and forth on the roof. I mean, at this point, I'm pretty sure the shooter just stood up and went, "Hey, everybody, I'm going to shoot Donald Trump. Take a look at what I'm about to do." And everyone just kind of let it go. Let's go ahead and take a look at this video. Keep your eye on, obviously, the red circle. That's our shooter boy. He's running. Look at, there he is. Oh, there he is. He's popping up. He literally ran across the roof, which, again, had to be seen. You see, you got Secret Service people right here. You probably had Secret Service people on the other side. You definitely had snipers. Like, they didn't see some guy scurrying across their field of vision, back and forth, back and forth. Look at that. I mean, every time something new comes out about this shooting, you just go, I don't want to be right about this being a hit job, but holy fuck, we'd have to have... I'm actually at the point now where if it really was the Secret Service and the FBI being incompetent, I need both of those organizations banned. I need them disbanded. I mean, you can't be that fucking bad at your job. There's no way. This doesn't happen without somebody's okay. Look at him. Look at him. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na. There he is. Oh, popping right back up. Yeah, and then he gets there, he gets settled in, gets comfy, and then gets to take his shot. Oh, by the way, this was 3 minutes before he took the shot. So the Secret Service and the snipers had 3 minutes to get a look at this guy running back and forth on the roof and make a decision on what to do about him. Now, I get it. The snipers can't act until they get an order to act. But that means someone told them to stand down, because there's no way they didn't see this. Oh, and by the way, take a look again. That roof just way too slopey, right? You can't, there's no way. This guy's literally running across the roof, and they're going, oh, we couldn't have put an agent on that roof. It's too slopey. Someone might have gotten hurt. Okay. You know, it gets to the point where you just look at these people and you ask them, how fucking dumb do you think we are? I say Gutierrez with $2 says, so why don't they put Fields with Kyler Murray? What do you mean? Kyler's in, what do you call it? Arizona. Fields is in Pittsburgh. That's going to be an undoable thing. Elza Belza says, shooter looked like Aaron as a kid, but Johnny as an adult. Steel Toe was behind this. Hey, wait a minute. Somebody says, cannot fire until fired at, Aaron. Really? I mean, you can't just, I mean, you're the Secret Service. Can't you just go, he looks suspicious. We just blew his head off. I mean, he was there with a fucking rifle and a rangefinder sitting on a roof like this. I mean, I feel like you should be able to shoot that guy. Eagle of America says they at least should have gotten Trump to safety at the very least. It was intentional. Well, yeah, they knew this guy was a threat 10 minutes before Trump took the stage, and they let him take the stage. Hooters Girl says they have anything else about the guy on the water tower. No, but I did hear about many eyewitnesses saying they felt they heard shots coming from two different places. That's an interesting idea to look into. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says politics are fun to laugh at, but most people have lives, friends, family, careers, hobbies, etc. So they don't obsess over politics like the minority, a.k.a. losers. Right, there's a balance that needs to be struck. I feel like you need to know what's going on in the world so you can't be taken advantage of by these sociopaths, but at the same time, all work and no play and all that. You know, you got to have hobbies. You got to have fun shit you like to do. You got to remember, you are going to die someday. And you'd like to have a little fun before you clock out. Landers says, folks watch too many movies. How fucking dare you? Just because I watched Major League 2 for the 9th time a couple of days ago. It's probably too many movies. You're right. They will believe every crazy theory. The federal government tried to kill Trump and failed. The federal government's killed presidents before and MLK. I mean, yeah, I think Kennedy was a hit by the CIA. I do. J. Brock Contrarian says, too slopey, like my last whore order from Aaron. I don't have whores. I am a whoreless man. Somebody, too, says the shooter would have never took the shot if Aaron's Asian sex slave was delivered on time. There's no... Must be thinking about a different Aaron. SC Motorsport says, my guess is the shots echoed with the buildings, making people think there were two shooters. Yeah, that's pretty plausible as well. Wasn't that the thing with the Vegas shooting? Like there's so many giant buildings that the gunshots were just, the sound was bouncing off of everything and people thought there were way more shots being fired. I don't know. All right, guys, let's continue on if you will. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks. We're slow going this morning, big time. We're about an hour and a half in. We've made about 20, 25 bucks. I did cut the goal by $100 for these next two shows because you guys did such a great job in July. So everybody throw in a few bucks. Let's get that number down, and let's make it a successful day for Steel Toe. Make it easy. Das Optic Nerve says the real reason the goal is lower is because Aaron's making bank on his ladyboy sex slave trade. Guys, these are all rumors. These are all theories. Every single one is false as the last. How dare you? You know what? We've been making fun of too many lefties today. Let's make fun of some right-wing people. Huh? Let's make fun of some Republicans. They can be stupid. There's a female TikToker out there right now who's doing something that I actually applaud. I think it's great. She's going around to guys. She's this beautiful woman who's a liberal TikTok influencer. That's a job. And she goes around finding guys at bars and takes their phone from them and goes, oh, can I put my number in your phone? And what she's really been doing when she gets these guys' phones, well, just watch. So there's her right there. So she's running her fingers through his hair, flirting with him. Oh, can I see your phone? Let me put your phone number in. Like, this guy's wearing basic white calf socks with his white tennis shoes and shorts. Like, she's not interested, bro. But yet he gives her the phone because he thinks she's going to put the phone number in. And instead, she's signing them up for Kamala Harris's email service. I mean, I like it. I think it's funny. Fucking these guys are just sitting there with just the boners just sticking out through their pants. Like, oh, I want to fuck her. She's like, oh, yeah, really? You want my phone number? Yeah, I give her a phone number, bitch. She takes their phone and just boop, boop, boop. You know, hoseforharris.net. You're all signed up. White Boys for Harris, whatever it's called. I like it. I think it's a funny move. I don't give a shit if it's pro-Harris or pro-Trump or anything else. I think it's great. You can trick people. That's a funny little prank. It's not like the guys are going to start getting the emails and then they're going to go, oh, man, I didn't know how awesome Kamala Harris was. I'm voting for her. That's harmless. MSO says that's a crime against humanity. Or it's a crime against humanity. I could be wrong. Redman says whore recruiting for a whore. Why? MSO clarifying. He says your hair, I mean. Oh, well, that makes sense. Okay, so it's not that woman doing that is not a crime against humanity. It's more just my hair. Thank you, buddy. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says pity money. I'll take your pity money all fucking day. Thanks for the pity money. There's the pity money links. 220 is today's goal. Let's knock it out and call it another win for the toe and get the streak up to 2. Now these guys go through their emails. They'll be greeted with Kamala at every turn. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good prank. I don't think you have to be right-wing or left-wing to play a funny prank on people. I mean, to me, it's just nice to see a liberal with a sense of humor for once. It's nice to see one of them go, oh, wouldn't this be funny? Instead of, we need to find all these toxic males and pull them out root and stem. I just like that she's having fun with it. I think when you're fatter and uglier and into politics, you're more mean about it. And if you're better looking, you just kind of treat it as like a side thing. You don't take it that seriously, so you can have a little fun. I don't know. It's like the fat, bearded cat ladies that J.D. Vance talks about with the blue hair. They're not a good time. They're really not. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says, you think she's hot? She looks like an even bigger lesbo than that man-looking Caitlin Clark. What? She was cute. God, you guys are tough. Damn, man. Lander says, this is why everyone shouldn't have the right to vote. Too many room temperature retards. And some folks will vote out of the simplistic ideology of collapse/anarchy. Well, some people vote just based on who's the better looking one. I mean, that happens too. King Kong Dong says we should sign the steel toe page up for Kamala. That'd be fun. I'd like to see what Kamala has to say in her emails. Packer Backer says, look at it this way. She thinks being signed up for Kamala's emails is punishment. That's true. She is kind of putting it in there like, haha, you think I'm giving you your phone number. Here's something really gay that I'm doing. It's Kamala's email. That's, you know what? It's pretty accurate. Redman says white boys for Harris is what you end up with when you, quote, don't have time for politics. I don't know. I feel like voting for Trump is more the I don't have time for politics things to do because he's more straightforward and he just says, like, he just blurts shit out. I feel like he would be the I don't pay attention to politics guy. Los Federales with $2 over on YouTube says, imagine having Kamala as your car GPS voice. Oh, I mean, how would you get anywhere, right? You'd just be whacking off all the time. You guys didn't know. I'm a big Kamala guy now. Oh, yeah. Dyed in the wool, actually. She's my favorite. 220 is the number for today. Keep her going. We're doing this $2 to $5 at a time. All right. I'm here for it. Just get under 200 by the top of the hour here. And then we're in good shape. All right. Murray State professor compares Republicans to the Ku Klux Klan. Hey, what did they do now? Because they're calling Kamala a DEI hire. Oh, here we go with that shit again. If you don't want people to use DEI, stop talking about DEI. If something's really good, you don't need to stop other people from using it. If something you do is really stupid and cringe and dumb, then you might try to stop people from using it because you didn't want it to be seen as cringe and stupid and dumb. So like DEI, you guys started that. You started calling people DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. We need to hire more black people, hire more women, hire more gays, hire more minorities. You guys started that as part of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Then when we see someone like Vice President Harris, who Joe Biden said was an example of DEI, he said it himself, why can't the rest of us acknowledge it? It just seems like a really retarded way to do things. If you don't like that phrase being used, stop bringing it up at every fucking turn. But I only want it brought up the way I bring it up. That's not how words work, though, dude. If you think it's racist to say that Vice President Harris was a DEI hire, then you think it's racist to tell the truth. Here's Joe Biden back in the spring. This is Joe Biden talking now.
To me, the values of diversity, equality, inclusion are literally, and that's not kidding, the core strengths of America. That's why I'm proud to have the most diverse administration in history. It taps into the full talents of our country. And starts at the top with the vice president.
Oh. By the way, he couldn't even say what DEI is. What did he say? It's supposed to be diversity, equity, and inclusion. What did he say?
To me, the values of diversity, equality, inclusion are
close. Well, he got close. He got close. I believe it's diversity, equity, and inclusion, although maybe he's right. What if Biden's right and I'm wrong? Boy, am I going to look like a dick. So he goes, hey, the diversity, equity, inclusion, it's this great thing. And it starts at the top with Vice President Kamala Harris. Well, then why are people the KKK if they call her the same thing? Oh, because they don't like her. Oh, so you can't say what other people have called somebody if you don't like them. Awesome. So I can't say Aaron Rodgers is a cunt because he played for the Packers and I don't like him. That's good. That's spot on. That's good analysis. It's not our fault that leftists are now hiring people specifically based on race. Republicans are racist for calling Kamala Harris a DEI hire. Here's a Murray State professor who says that the Republicans are just like the Klan with hoods and that calling Kamala Harris a DEI hire is racist. Well, was it racist when you guys were doing it or no? It's okay when you... Okay. Republican opposition to Vice President Kamala Harris is similar to the Ku Klux Klan, a professor recently said. The hoods and white sheets are going to come off, Murray State University professor Brian Clardy told Forward Kentucky. Professor Emeritus Barry Craig interviewed Clardy for the publication, which describes itself as the progressive voice for Kentucky politics. That's got to have all of about 5 readers. I don't see a lot of progressives hanging out in Kentucky, but what do I know? Republicans will use every single racist and sexist stereotype imaginable to attack Harris, Clardy said. Clardy referenced recent remarks by Republican Congressman Tim Burkett, who called Harris a DEI vice president and a DEI hire. What? But I mean, in fairness, again, so did Joe Biden, and I thought DEI was a good thing. If DEI is a good thing, then there's no problem with Kamala Harris being a DEI hire. That should be celebrated. But they know that that word has now kind of been taken, and it's kind of been, words migrate, as Bill Maher says. And this one's migrated to DEI is fucking stupid. Why not just hire people based on merit? Wouldn't that be better? Yeah, it probably would be. But to say that the Republicans, they're taking off their hoods and their inner Klan is showing because they use the term DEI. And it's just like, I learned it from watching you, Dad. Sorry, geez, I'll stop. Let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. And while we do, could you guys please help knock out that goal? That would be wonderful. I started it nice and low and slow today so we could have a nice, easy day. We're coming up on 8 o'clock. I'd like to be under 200 by that time and, doing a great show for you again. Help us out. Keep us on the air. But first, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, our friends at All Care pick you up whenever you go in the ditch, you need a tow, flat tire, whatever the case may be. Our friends at All Care have you covered. That's 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. We've also got Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. That's midlandarmory.com. Again, Midland Armory with an awesome selection of firearms, parts, gear, optics, knives, you name it. They can send your next firearm to an FFL dealer, or if you are one, they can send it right to your door, or any accessories that you order can be sent right to you. So order today at midlandarmory.com. That's midlandarmory.com, or visit Derek and Tracy at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. And, of course, also go to eventbrite.com. There's 10 tickets left to the Steel Toe Anniversary Show. Tickets will stop being on sale after this Saturday. So you got 3 more days to get your tickets, and there are only 10 left to the Steel Toe 10th anniversary show. Check it out. Get your tickets. And also, if you want to go to Stoney's tonight, it's bike night at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. So check it out. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Wild Willie's Sandwich Shack will be there for bike night tonight. Perfect. Thank you guys very, very much. Now let's get into that PayPal and Venmo and stop making me so goddamn nervous that I'm doing a failing show as I cut the goal by a lot and we still can't make a goddamn dime. A new law is banning gas station heroin in North Carolina. I don't know what gas station heroin is. I didn't know that gas stations had heroin. I'm thinking it's like the cheapy Chinese stimulant things that they have, but I don't really know. Let's hit play and find out what the fuck gas station heroin
Voted
is.
to outlaw the drug tianeptine, also known as gas station heroin.
You can go into any little convenience store, especially some of those that are a little bit more rural, and you can pick up stuff that will kill you.
Really? Is this true? You can just go into a gas station, you can get like sedatives or stimulants or opioids. I have a hard time believing that's true.
Despite concerns about the substance's addictive and deadly properties, the law doesn't go into effect for months. WREL health reporter Grace Haba investigates how the dangerous product...
Well, in fairness, you got to give everybody time to, get their last hits in. Can't just, drag them off at cold turkey.
...is still sitting in plain sight on store shelves.
You see, when your stress from gas prices is up here and your ability to handle that stress is here, well, then in that case, you need the titaneptine to get your ability to handle the gas prices to here.
A quiet life. I had known my husband since I was probably about 14 years old. It's what Carrie Womack and
He was 40, but look, it's the South. Things are different down there.
her husband Emery always talked about.
That was Christmas in 2022.
Oh, no, did he fucking die from gas station heroin? What the shit? I didn't even know this stuff existed, let alone was killing people. Fuck. You would think gas stations, the first time they heard about someone dying from that shit, they'd be like, we're going to take that off the shelves. I don't need to be associated.
When we first moved here.
The couple eventually settling in Stanley County.
That's his signature right there. It's from our marriage certificate.
But these days,
I miss his personality.
The silence is no longer one of comfort.
And I miss the love that he shared with me.
34-year-old Emery died from an overdose June 29th.
I said, what was
I get it. Like, I could have lost someone close to me to this same type of thing. Cocaine isn't the safest drug to do anymore. This guy, I could have been in this woman's shoes. I actually, you see how things change you when you're kind of confronted with it. I empathize with this woman. That's a really shitty thing. But also, I'm mad at the guy. Like, fucking cut it out. Quit. Knock it off. When people say you're hurting them, when people say that they're traumatized by what you're doing, if you give a fuck, then stop. If you don't give a fuck, say you don't give a fuck, and you love this shit, and it's great, and I'm just going to, don't sit there and lie about it. Be like, I don't even really do it. It's not really that big of a deal. It is what... No, it is. It is.
I was on scene. What did y'all find? And they showed me bottles.
The bottles contain tianeptine, branded as Zaza and known as gas station heroin. Do you know how much he had taken?
I have no clue. I do know that there was about 8 to 9 bottles on scene.
She had...
Whoa, I don't know if you need to outlaw this shit then. If you take that much of any kind of supplement or substance or anything, you could fuck yourself up. You take, you drop an obscene amount of vitamins in a day, and you can make yourself very, very sick. People who take vitamin C supplements say if they take too many vitamin C supplements in a day, you get the shits. It wreaks havoc on your stomach. So I don't know if this shit needs to be banned or outlawed, but if a guy's got 8 or 9 bottles in his car, holy fuck, dude, slow it down a little bit.
Has since learned of the dangerous truth hidden in these bottles.
That's scary that it's sold in tobacco stores and you don't even know it's there.
Emery's overdose happened just days before Governor Roy Cooper signed a ban on the sale of tianeptine.
By the way, Governor Roy Cooper may be Kamala Harris's running mate. Something to keep an eye on. The gas station heroin banner guy.
But that ban doesn't actually go into effect until December. And I wondered, can you still find it on store shelves? So I went looking.
Why do you have to show us how opening a car door and putting on a seatbelt works? Now I feel retarded a little bit. Let's go get some heroin.
Right here in Wake County. The first vape shop I went to told me they never carried those kinds of dietary supplements. The second told me they did previously sell Zaza and Neptune's Fix, but had stopped carrying them about 3 to 4 months ago. That's right around when a second distributor of Neptune's Fix issued a voluntary recall after multiple FDA consumer warnings. An employee at the third store nodded yes right away and pointed me to the corner where multiple kinds of tianeptine products were displayed.
So it's a dietary supplement? Okay, so it thins you out a little bit? And then I'm assuming you take too many, it just attacks your insides. Okay. So people take it, and do they just lose weight, or do they get a little buzz, or what the how is this so good that an idiot killed himself with it?
I worry about, 18-year-olds going in there not knowing what you're buying, because even the people that probably work at these stores don't know what you're buying.
We took the question, how can tianeptine still be sold after a ban was passed, to State Representative Stephen Ross.
If I had my way in the beginning, I would have banned it instantly.
He explained the answer lies in a murky legal area the drug finds itself in now. With no federal ban and North Carolina's law not yet in effect, there's nothing preventing stores from cashing in on dangerous sales.
Sell the shit that you have now so you don't get stuck with inventory once the ban passes. Simple enough. I mean, it makes sense to me. I need to know what this shit does to people. I've never heard of tianeptine before. Maybe I'm living a sheltered life. Tianeptine. Under the brand names Stablon, Tatinol, Coxal, and others. Atypical tricyclic antidepressant, which is used in the treatment of major depressive disorder, but it also may be used to treat anxiety, asthma, and irritable bowel syndrome. So it's just like an over-the-counter antidepressant. That does seem like a dangerous thing to just have out there. It affects brain chemicals. It seems to affect mood when used in low doses. In higher doses, it works like an opioid and can cause addiction and serious side effects. It also causes withdrawal. Oh, boy. Yeah, they might be going after that pretty soon. That once people kind of figure out about that stuff, the rallying cries usually start. Buffalo Junkie with $2 says, let's not cry about junkies that make the choice to unalive. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says, one man and two women opened a gas station in Spicer, Minnesota that also sells cocaine. It's called Q and Go. Thank you. See, I didn't know that. Buffalo Jockey, thank you very much for your help. 2:15 away from today's goal. Keep her going, guys. I appreciate it. Here's an article for Zaza. Okay. Zaza is a drug that was originally formulated as an antidepressant and is now marketed as a dietary supplement. That's what they do. There's no such thing as like failed drug trials. These drug companies, they spend a fuckload of money developing these things, and if they fail, they just make them something else. Like, what's the one that everybody's losing a shitload of weight on? Ozempic. It just doesn't break down your food so you feel full all the time. So people lose weight on Ozempic, even though it was meant as a diabetes drug. Viagra was meant as a pill to relieve heart disease. And instead, nobody's heart rate went down, but all their boners went up. So they went, fuck it, we'll use it for that. Just like this Zaza shit. Oh, it could be an antidepressant, or it could be a opioid. Psh, fuck it. SC Motorsports says, you still haven't counted my $2? $2. Hold on. Oh, $2. He said, here, my kids don't need to eat. Pretty sure my Manny will feed them SpaghettiOs later. Wait, what? What do you mean? What SpaghettiOs? I don't. Buffalo Jockey with another $2. He did say, Oh, this was back during the prank segment. It's a funny prank. I put my dad's phone number down for basically every random thing I sign up for. He constantly bitches about the spam calls he gets. Oh, thank you, bud. 215 is our number today. I wanted to get under 200 by 8 o'clock here. We've got a shot at it. We've got 3 minutes to do it. I wanted to stay on pace today since I cut the goal by $100, but yikes, I am not doing a good job today. Los Federales with $2 says, of course they got the black girl to find the drugs. Oh. And Trucker 18 Wheeler with $5 says, hey, thanks for the Asian. That never happened. That never happened. 210 is our number today. Keep it going, guys. Let's stack another win for the toe on a day where we got a big head start. I don't want to get it humiliated today, for goodness sake. All right, let's finish up on this gas station heroin stuff. Should it be illegal? It doesn't really seem to serve any purpose. You know, I feel like we should regulate these drug companies, and like if the drug you're making doesn't work for the thing you're making it for, we almost shouldn't let you release it. But then again, if you made a regulation like that, companies would stop experimenting to try and make drugs that ultimately would help people. So it's a catch-22. But this shit, they just abandoned it and said, here, put it on gas station shelves. Fuck it.
Other than their own moral compass.
The sad part is you don't know how many more families are going to be affected between now and then.
Until then, Womack says she'll try and warn as many people as she can.
Well, yeah, it's
worried of what else
kinda too
could
late
come
for you.
in these next 4 months.
Oh, her
Addiction
wedding
isn't
ring.
edible. It doesn't pick or choose.
Wait, what? Did she just say what I think she said? Addiction is what?
Try and warn as many people as she can. Worried of what else could come in these next 4 months.
Addiction isn't edible.
I know she's mourning and I shouldn't do it, but she did say addiction is inedible. I mean, it can be inedible. It can be in many forms. Smokable, powder, edible, intravenous, I suppose. All of them. But yes, it is. I guess addiction is inedible. I mean, you can't eat it.
Next 4 months.
Addiction isn't edible.
Just like if you don't know certain words and you're going on the news, just say things like addiction, you can't stop it. Because then you're going to have dicks like me who like don't want to deal with the seriousness of the situation. So they just go, she said inedible. What a dipshit.
He can. Worried of what else could come in these next 4 months.
Addiction isn't edible. It doesn't pick or choose. It takes you. And I just hope that they never have to deal with something like this.
Well, it pick and chooses and then it takes you. It's kind of. But I agree with her. I do think she's right. I do think addiction is inedible. Totally inedible. You can't physically eat it. She's talking directly to you, Aaron. She's talking directly to you, Aaron's Little Debbie's. I don't eat Little Debbie's. The kids picked out a Little Debbie snack the other day. They did get oatmeal cream pies. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Be mature about this, for fuck's sake. All right, guys, we got a nice little shot in the arm. Let's keep it going. Thank you very much to Stephanie for $30 over on PayPal. So we are under $200 by 8 o'clock. Very, very cool. Now let's get under 100 by 9 o'clock. We got quite a ways. I'm going to leave you guys alone on the money end of things for a while. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says drugs like alcohol don't serve a purpose. We shouldn't outlaw booze either. Also, prohibition fails with negative consequences every time it's been tried for over 100 years. So there's that. It's a good point. Mr. Approachable's got a clip. Let's see what it is. I'm sure it won't make me look like
Why do you have to show?
I'm sure it won't make me look like a dick.
Looking.
Why do you have to show us how opening a car door and putting on a seatbelt works? Now I feel retarded a little bit. Let's go get some heroin.
Yeah, see, that's out of context. She was saying she was going to take us to the gas station heroin. I wasn't saying let's go do some heroin. That would be awful. So King Kong Dong says someone's going to have to call CPS. Why? Because my kids picked out oatmeal cream pies as a treat? My 5-year-old wanted them. And yes, one morning during the show where I took a break and let Johnny take over, I did choke one down real quick. An oatmeal CP. Bigot on Socialist Media says, didn't April say oatmeal cream pies is her favorite snack? Oh, gross. 09 Canyon says, gross, your kids have bad taste just like their dad. I love pizza rolls. It's not bad taste. Fight me on pizza rolls, bitch. Sam Show says, quoting me, let's go get some heroin. It wasn't like let's go get some heroin, like let's go get some heroin. It was, come on, let's get along with the news story. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says her food addiction is an edible. That's true. Now, food addiction is an edible. That's actually totally accurate. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, what is Aaron's favorite fat boy snack? Dude, this is going to sound like a fat boy answer, but it evolves. It changes. Chips and queso are probably my favorite consistent one. If I'm feeling a little wild and like if I made the kids like ground beef or I made them tacos and there's leftover beef or taco meat, then I will. This is good. You can try it sometime. You get some. Don't make fun of me for this, which means you're totally not going to. If I have like leftover tacos or leftover ground beef, I will put it in the queso and then put it in the microwave. And you'll heat that up, and then you get like a cheeseburger queso dip kind of a thing going on. As a matter of fact, I'm feeling hungry. Somebody emailing in, your subscription of Polycule Plus, heroin and candy Ojai is good to go. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's good to know when people let you know your subscriptions are ready. Oatmeal cream pies are awesome. Fuck off, haters, says Lab Glass. Okay, well, I didn't need it defended. I don't really particularly enjoy them, but okay. 09 Canyon says, come get it, Toe. I'll shove those pizza rolls up your nose. Jesus. Didn't know we were being aggressive today about snacks. Sam Show says, Hobo was right. You just eat the queso. I thought it was a joke. I'm so not shocked. No, I like the chips. You get the chips with the queso. You get the... Now I want to eat. Now I want to make some taco meat and just throw it in some queso and have myself a little snack today. Turn off all the lights in the house. Eat it in a dark room by myself. Got no kids today. That would be on brand, right? Elza Belza says you shop in the freezer aisle a lot, don't you? I don't. I made raviolis yesterday. I cooked sausage ravioli. I made them with Alfredo. The Alfredo was from a jar. I was, it's during the week. Who has time? I didn't make my own sauce. But I made sausage ravioli, and I put some Alfredo on there and some cheese. Kids loved it. I thought it was good, too, when I ate their leftovers. I'm at the point now where, like, my 5-year-old barely eats. So, like, I just sit down with them while they're eating, and I'm like, fuck it, I'll just eat what the 5-year-old doesn't. Because, like, otherwise, the 5-year-old is so wasteful that, like, if I eat a meal and then they waste a bunch of food, then I'm going to eat theirs too, and I'm going to be a giant fat fuck. But if I just don't make myself a plate and I just eat what she doesn't eat, and I know what you're thinking. You're like, well, Aaron, give her smaller portions. I do. She just doesn't want to eat. Her mother and I both have expressed this being a constant problem with the 5-year-old. Grandma and Grandpa too. Like she won't eat. Loves snacks. You got to withhold her snacks until she eats her meals. There's nothing else to do. You know what the worst thing is? When they barely touch their dinner and then they come to you like an hour later like, Dad, I'm hungry. I always go, no, you're fucking. No, I don't say fuck, but I am going to get CPS called on me. He's looking for gas station heroin and he's yelling fuck at his kids. She'll be like, I'm hungry. I'll be like, well, I'll go in the fridge. I'll heat up your dinner from tonight and you can finish that. And you'll see the disappointment on her face because she's trying to con a snack out of you. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says, so Aaron choked down a cream pie. You don't choke down a cream pie. It doesn't go in your mouth. It goes in your box, or I guess technically your butthole would be for a guy. You got to take it in a sex hole if you're going to. Oh, boy. J. Brock Contrarian says that poor kid competing with Captain Fatbody for sustenance. T. Thompson says white sauce on ravioli, only red sauce, my man. My daughter loves the Alfredo on the ravioli. I'm not going to tell her no. We can do Alfredo on the ravioli. It's good. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. 175 away from this morning. Thank you very much, Trucker 18-wheeler, for the $5. This is a pretty funny short clip we've got. Donald Trump being asked if he's gender fluid. Donald Trump not big on like the whole, like he's not hip to the language on gender right now and like gender identities. He doesn't really bother himself with it, which I find refreshing. I'm glad people like, how many genders are there? And they're like 2. Do you know anything about Two-Spirit? They're like, I've never heard of it. Because it's one thing to be like Crowder and obsess over it and dress in drag and be a weirdo about gender. I like the people who just don't know anything's going on. That's refreshing to me. Also, we haven't talked about this today, and I don't have a story for it, but Khalid Sheikh Mohammed pleaded guilty to avoid the death penalty. Yes, what would that be? Almost 23 years later, we've got the Khalid Sheikh Mohammed thing done. You know, so for those of you who want, let's just keep this Rakeda drama up. We can't, dude. This is going to take a long fucking time if they go all the way to the end of the line. I mean, it ends in prison time if you go all the way to the end of the line. You probably should plead and take a deal and stay out of prison. But you take it all the way, it's going to get proven. You're going to be found guilty. You're going to prison. It's going to be fucking wild. And then all these people who swept for you are here's what's really gross. Is like all of us who know what happened. Well, I guess that's just me. But like me knowing what happened and other people who can see through people who are fucking lying narcissists. The tragedy of the whole thing is we've been telling you to do the right thing. That would have saved your ass. And we don't even like you. But like the people who are doing it for clout, like Keanu and her friends and all that, the people who are shape-shifting for clout, they're going to get you sent to prison. And then when you do get sent to prison, what those fucking spineless amoeba are going to do is they're just going to sit there and go, no, oh, well, I guess I was wrong. Moving on. They'll move on with their life and forget you existed. They'll use you for clout, and then they'll bury you on the way out, and their life will not be affected whatsoever. Meanwhile, the rest of us were like, dude, you're fucked. Take a deal. Get yourself clean. No. No, the basic bitches told me that I'm totally awesome. It's like, oh, I've heard historically that the ones that'll get yous is the bitches, apparently. Honky with $5 says trailer for the Cover Lifetime movie just came out at 52 seconds with Elliot Gould as Aaron. Oh boy, I can't wait to. We'll get to the Khalid Sheikh Mohammed thing in just a second. Thanks for the $5, Honky. We are 170 away from today. Thank you very much. All right, let's watch this clip. 52 seconds in. The Lifetime movie, Bob and Carol and Ted and Alice, a 1969 trailer starring Natalie Wood. Okay, 52 seconds. And I'm Elliot Gould.
James? Playing an emancipated woman, a hip chick that doesn't care what her husband does?
I care very much what you do.
You don't care what I do. That's perfectly obvious. Otherwise, you wouldn't be sitting there on top of a volcano that wants to spew out of you, and you won't let it do it.
Do you know what you're doing? You are trying to make me react again. You feel guilty, and you're trying to make me punish you.
Terrible thing. I cheated.
Point is...
That is... Oh, my God, that is me. That's me doing... I'm a terrible human being. Everyone admit they're garbage. Why am I the only one?
Not that he told her. The point is that he did it. That he cheated on his wife. That he cheated on Carol.
I agree. That's bad.
Oh, no, this is me. Okay, this is me. I'm... Elliot Gould. Boy, Elliot Gould looking young as fuck in this one.
Bad. But I think you'll agree with me that if he hadn't told her, there'd be no problem.
Is that me? If he hadn't told her, there'd be no problem. So everybody's just...
Hi, Glock.
Hi. That's a pretty girl.
Who is she?
Oh, boy. Is that the girl he's fucking?
I'm very moved. Really, I feel I'm sharing a very
I had an affair.
precious moment with you. You know, that's good, honey. I mean, I feel that it's right there. You're
had an
telling me
affair.
something, honey. I said that's good. I mean, you just don't come right out and tell everybody.
I had an affair when I was in Miami.
Whoa. Elliot Gould's fucking too. Everybody's just fucking in this movie. So everybody's cheating, huh? Is that the... Oh. Robert Culp. That's who that was? Okay. So they beat me to it? Yeah, that guy wrote me. He's like, oh, I'd like to write a screenplay about what's going on. I work for a fucking company that works with Lifetime. I'm like, fucking bullshit. That's why I said, I'm like, I'm a little busy right now. I'll get back to you. I'll think about it. We should write a screenplay. That's not how that shit goes. They don't reach out via Facebook message. Oh, man. That the dude from Ocean's 11 says you ain't getting my money. Robert Culp? I don't know. Look it up. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says if you could see through lies, you'd have never married April or trusted Gino. I think Gino's kind of being led around a little bit, but that's not my business anymore, that's for sure. Honky with $5 says, fuck that other honky. I'm honky. You got to call him Rumble Honky or something. No. Honky. He's honky, Hawwnky. You're honky, Honkie. Can we agree that that's all right? That's an appropriate differentiation, if you will? Thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. I'm trying to put out fires over here. 165 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for continuing to knock that down. You Ain't Getting My Money also says the guy that was sick the entire movie and then showed up at the end, they all wrote him letters and shit. Real sentimental shit. All right, look, guys. You got to promise me you're not going to overreact to what I'm about to tell you. All right? I've never seen Ocean's 11. Snigger Niggardly says, wasn't that a wife swap movie? Natalie Wood was hot as fuck, but a terrible swimmer. Yeah, ask, who was it, Robert Wagner and Christopher Walken? Yeah, 3 went out, 2 came back. Uh-oh. Yeah, I agree with MSO. How can she be Natalie Wood if she can't float? I don't know. That was a very vaudevillian face I made at that. How can she be Wood if she doesn't float? Brah, brah, brah. Choking on my own spit. I'm not going to die. We'll be okay. Just a little semen in it. That's all. So was that a wife? Did they end up switching the wives up in that movie? So I'm Elliot Gould. Why do I have to be the nebbish Jew? You knew that one would bother me. He's choking on that cream pie from earlier, says Sam Show. Oh, no, not. I don't want to be choking on the cream pie. That would be dreadful. Oh, my God. I shouldn't tell you guys things. I just have a feeling you wait to use them against me. Elza Belza says it's hard to watch other movies when you're watching the same movies over and over again. I'm done. I've watched movies that I haven't seen before lately. All right, fine. They're documentaries, but I'm working on watching movies I haven't seen. I watched Ghostbusters Frozen Empire this week or last week. I don't remember. I tried to watch JFK. It was just super fucking boring. I didn't like it. I expand my horizons every once in a while. I'm slowly getting back into expanding my horizons. You know, I've had some setbacks in recent months. MSO says, by the way, that kind of thing was very common in the 70s. Oh, the swapping thing? Yeah, not my cup of tea. Someone did point out a few shows back. They said, yeah, Aaron, but you know what? If it weren't for the cocaine and the drugs, you might still be in that whole arrangement. I don't know. I think it would have been a better time. I think it would have been, you know, maybe a more, I'm not even going to say fun thing. I don't know. I think if, I don't know. Knowing how much each couple kind of hated each other, I think it still might have happened anyway. Because, like, Kayla and Nick couldn't fucking stand each other. April and I couldn't fucking stand each other. Actually, you know what? That's bullshit, and I think she'd call me out on that too. I think her and I were definitely on the upswing. But I think the way our shit always went was it was always really, really good, and then really, really good, and then which is a terribly unhealthy relationship to have. So you know what? I won't lie. We were on the up, and then the drugs just made the lows even lower. It was fucking dreadful. Just a bad time. Not a good idea. I would go with the Kiwi Farms people and say never once, not even once. The cocaine is really the only thing keeping them together, says Sam Show. That and the trauma bonding of, like, think about it. You all fucked up together. If you talk to anyone that's not you three, they're going to tell you what a fuck up you were, like how you need to get your shit together, how you need to kick these addictions, and how you need to, you know, plead guilty and do all that. Like, they're going to tell you a lot of shit you don't want to hear. You know, and if you're a narcissist, like Nick certainly is, and April might be, when you hear that shit, you just want to block it out and you don't want to hear it. And nope, you're the victim. Something bad happened. Well, it was April after she got out of jail. Somebody did this to me. Not that she made this all happen herself. Somebody did this to me. It's a very narcissistic response to the whole thing. I can tell you, as someone who's had to admit what they did and go to therapy and do all that, it is the hard road. It's a difficult road back, but you get there. And one day it stops hurting and you stop feeling guilty. You know, it does happen. But you got to face a lot of tough, like, you got to cry by yourself. That's the other thing. You got to get away from the other people who enable you, so they got to be away from people. Right now, they're trauma bonding, and they're the only people who think they haven't done anything wrong. If they had to go away from one another, they'd be walking around their house in a bathrobe sobbing for a couple of weeks before they could even, you know, get back to life again. But at least you're moving forward. Now you're just stuck in that place you're in. And it's a deadly place. Like, your soul's rotting from the inside out. Sam Show says they're addicts. Rational thoughts don't exist anymore. Their thoughts have devolved into stimulants and coke. And that's really the biggest problem, is that we can all look at it from the outside and we know what to do. And you're like, why don't they just do this? If you guys haven't lived with or hung out with or tried to communicate with addicts before, it's a wild fucking ride. Because the shit they tell you, you know isn't true, but they've convinced themselves it is, and that's the world they're living in. You're literally living in a multiverse. You're living in different universes. And if you try to tell them that they need to stop doing that, they will attack you. They will take you down. They will fucking tear you apart. They'll converge on you. That's just the way it is. And they will talk to you in a way that will almost convince you that they're right, because they don't really see themselves as lying. They've convinced themselves that this is the way it is. It is, man, I'm sure I'm not the only one who's dealt with it, you know, who's listening to this show and stuff, and they can attest. Like, it's one of the craziest experiences in life. It's just so, it's hard to actually explain. I wonder how Aaron feels about Mustangs. I've never been a Mustangs guy. Like, if I was going to get any kind of classic, like, power car or whatever, it would be probably the 67 Chevelle. Would probably be it. Mustangs have never been my thing. Buffalo Jockey says, you said April might be a narcissist? Yikes. Oh, I'm sorry. Buffalo Jockey and J-Bra are the two who have been telling me, like, we knew she was from day one and you couldn't fucking see it and this and that. I'm sorry. I was trying to give the benefit of the doubt. You know, there's some people who have written to me and they've said, Aaron, you're missing this. You don't get it. You don't understand. April might be calling the shots here. She might be the bigger problem. I know she can kind of pull him around and she kind of has him whipped a little bit. So maybe if Kayla's to be believed, April talked him into going to reload the Coke safe when they ran out. Kayla wanted to be done, and she said that he wanted to be done, and that April said, "I'll fucking go by myself," and so he went with her and got it. That again, that's what she said. I've always been very clear about what I saw and what I personally experienced. That is me relaying information from someone else. That's not my story. Chevy fan says, Aaron, you see win by 2, fuck Gino up yesterday. Well, what did Gino do? I thought he's been trying to keep his nose clean and just do a fun little show. I mean, the win by 2 guy, look, I don't know why Keanu ever thought she needed that guy. That was always kind of weird. That she was like, she thought he could like take her places. But like, she like valued what he thought. That was weird. Like, imagine valuing what John DiCaprio thinks. It's a strange side note to this whole thing. Someone writes in, without meeting Rakeda, does your marriage still make it to its 3rd anniversary? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We didn't have, like, we had fights and we had things that we needed to work on. The HRO from the ex never comes about if we don't meet them. Not at all. And the concern, and she doesn't kind of stick her nose in our business if there's no cocaine and April doesn't appear suspect on stream and she doesn't start poking around if we don't meet them. April and I would have limped along. We would have had great moments, great times, awesome times, and then fought, and then had awesome times and then fought. But, I was kind of immature and, I didn't realize that that's everybody and you got to fight through that. You got to fight for each other. You don't just wait. If your relationship goes bad, you don't just go, I want out. I'm done. I'm finished. This sucks. Blah, 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 blah. That's an incredibly immature and unhealthy way of handling that stuff. You dig down deep, you fight together, and you figure it the fuck out, and you keep going. If you're going to say that I'm only going to do a relationship until we start fighting and it's bad, then all of your relationships will fail because inevitably 2 people in close quarters together, no matter how perfect they are for each other, are going to clash. So, yes, we would have made it. We would have been okay, but we both would have had to mature, I think, in order to keep our relationship decent because we were both remarkably fucking immature. Fights would always devolve into, well, then why don't we just call it then? Why don't we just be done? We'd say that both of us. I'm not going to say, she was the only one who did that. We would both go, well, why don't we just call lawyers then and be done? It's like, it was just shitty, and it would be about stupid shit. Just, we were really, really great at the great stuff, and we were really, really bad at the bad stuff. But yeah, if we hadn't met them, yeah, we would have hung in there. I don't know how long, but we would have hung in there quite a bit. Snigger Niggardly says, win by 2, watched by 0. Oof. Honky with $2 says, what does being with April and the COVID pandemic have in common? 4 years you'll never get back. Dive Bar says, caring about people is inedible. DB Spull says, I can't imagine why any female would consent to spreading their legs for a sniveling fag like Riketamine. Jesus Christ. I mean, money? Snigger Niggardly says, April's value system is 100% based on materialism. Do you count like experiences, like trips and going places and things like that? Does that count as materialism? Because then I would say close to 100%. Yeah, I would say just about. They all stuck their nose into the powder. That's what they all have in common. Well, that too. Snigger Niggardly says, you met her through a Snapchat entry contest. First red flag. That's very true. She Snapchatted into the show when I gave out my Snapchat on the air when I became single. It's a good point. And she was still with another guy for like 3 months when we first started dating each other. Oh, no, he and I we're broken up. We just have to live together until the lease is done. Meanwhile, I find out from him, like a month ago, he's like, no, we were still together until March. It's like, really? It's pretty fucking crazy, dude. That is, you know what? That's an interesting thought because there was one time he DM'd me back in like February, it was February, I think. And I was at my parents' house and he asked me if I did anything with April. It's like, did you sleep with April or did you do? And I was like, she's single. She can do whatever she wants. That's weird that this guy is fucking DMing me, asking me if I did anything with April. And I talked to her. I didn't answer him right away. She said, no. She goes, just tell him no. And she goes, just tell him no because he's crazy and I don't want him to bother me and he might harass me because of it. So just tell him no and don't worry about it. That's kind of her thing, by the way, is play victim, tell a story, get people to do something for her. It's fucking wild. Like, she did it to me with this guy because then I told him, no, nothing happened, blah, blah, blah. And it wasn't because she was a victim and he was a monster and he was a terrible guy. It was because in his mind, they were still together and he didn't want his girlfriend cheating on him with some dude. I didn't know that. King Kong Dong says she was fucking both of you at the same time. I mean, more than likely, which I think is a dirtbag move. I think if you're sleeping with two people, like let's say you're not dating, let's say you're just dating around and you're not committed to anyone, you should still at least let people know, like, hey, you know, there's something else going on. It's like just for the other person's health, you know, and if they're still okay with it, fine. But like, you can't be deep dicking somebody and then just go right to the other person and not tell them. That's kind of fucked up. That's fucked up. Sam Show says SP actually sounds a bit more normal. A bit more normal? I'd be fucking offended if I was SP and you said she's just a bit more normal. Oh my God. So you were paying for April's truck because I remember when she got it and you said she bought it with her money from her last job. No, she put a down payment on it with money from her last job. I mean, I was still obviously paying all the bills. You know, I was her job. I was paying her salary and yeah. She knew then that she had a sucker, someone said, or Sam Show says. Buffalo Jockey says, sorry for being critical, but I've been a fan since you took over 101 from Lex and Terry. The moment you put her on the show, the decline was instant, and she never grew to be better at co-hosting. Yeah, she should have stuck it out at the other job, but she was always miserable about that, too. That's another thing she would cry crocodile tears about. I just hate it so much, and I wish I could do something else. And I tried to help her find other jobs, like selling furniture and shit like that. She said she would always want to do that. And then I told her, I go, well, I talked to the accountant. I guess we can afford to bring you on. And she was so fucking excited and so glad to quit that job. And then as soon as the Zumach stuff went the wrong way for her, it was, I hate this. It's terrible. I want to leave. Everything's steel toe related. It's garbage. It's like, it's not garbage. You got shit talked on the internet. And now you're blaming, you know, someone's always got to be the bad guy. And she's always got to be the victim. It's fucking exhausting. At least you find out what you don't want doing shit that way. 09 Canyon says, Aaron, they went to a comedy show together on Valentine's Day. You knew they were together. Here's the thing. She's fucking convincing. And you're fucking her at the time. Like, she's very convincing where she's like, no, we did this every year. And like, I couldn't cancel it. So we're not together, but we're just hanging out. You know, it's just something I'm doing nice for him. That's what she would always say. I'm just doing it as something nice to him. So, you know, he can handle the breakup a little better. And then her and I made out in the entryway to the venue. And I guess he saw it through the glass doors and he called her out on it. And he's like, what the fuck was that? She's like, what? I didn't do anything. And again, this is coming from him when he messaged me not long ago. He said, she accused me of being paranoid. She said I was crazy and I was acting like a monster. And that was it. I was done, he said. After that, it was a couple weeks later, he said, we broke up. I was like, really? Because, like, a couple weeks later, you broke up. I'm pretty sure, like, we stayed at a hotel together before all that happened. It's just fucking weird, man. It's weird. King Kong Dong says he was pussy blind, guys. He clearly wasn't mesmerized by her tits. Oh, that's not very nice. See, 09 Canyon says, yeah, fucking on the regular is really nice. It does do something to your brain. That's true. That's true. All right, guys, let's, oh, Oh, yeah. King Kong Dong says she turned Adrian and you against each other. That really is something that, as I look back on it, is really fucking sad to me. That really sucks that I bought her story that, like, Adrian was trying to fuck me at Raleigh's that night, and he was being really inappropriate, pressing himself against me and all this. And she told those stories on the air, and I backed her play, obviously. And we got a cease and desist from Adrian, and he and I just blew up, and we said our I'm sorries, and we did our, hey, it's cool, water under the bridge, but, like, we ain't friends. I asked him about the anniversary show. He didn't respond. So yeah, that part does really suck. That just that need to pit people against each other is fucking weird. To me, that was always, I'm not even going to pretend I'm a good guy and like a better man, so I don't do that. I just always found shit like that exhausting. Like, who has the time to play that fucking game? It's just like, you've got to be addicted to that feeling of power. And that's got to be a narcissism thing, because just the whole playing two people against each other thing, I'd rather just hang out with everybody. I don't know. Call me a social butterfly, I suppose. Yeah, somebody says, who the fuck just hangs out with an ex? Death Beholden says it's a woman thing. Could be, but, I've seen guys do it. Honky says, dev in, dev out. Air on, air off. It's not bad. Not bad. 09 Canyon says, I meant her and the ex she was living with, but sure. Oh, okay. Sam Show says, it really is a woman thing. They either do it or they don't. Good luck finding the latter. Right. King Kong Dong says she did it to isolate you. She wanted you to feel cut off so people couldn't point out her being a cunt. Well, that was the thing with my parents. Is they got cut off right after. My cousins got cut off right after, and she was so happy when we did that episode where I'm just shitting on everybody. I should have been able to see it then. I mean, she basically was going, yes, like the emperor had found their new apprentice. Yes, very good. And then I had to fight all those battles with the mother of my kids, because she would tell me, she's like, this is disrespectful to me, and I'm feeling disrespected by her. And it's like, really, when I look back on it, all the mother of my kids was trying to do was establish the fact that, look, I'm the kid's mom. He's the kid's dad. There's certain shit that's going to be between the two of us. And look, when you see those things too late, when you get blinded, but to learn those lessons and learn them too late is, it's kind of my MO, unfortunately. Hopefully I'm turning that around. Somebody says, did she have many friends when you met her? Seems her friends were your friends first. Yeah, she had one friend after her breakup, but then her and that friend had a big falling out and a big fight. And then she wasn't friends with those friends anymore. And then they were all friends with him, her ex. And then as time went on, like towards the end of our time together, they spoke to each other and they made up with one another. And I told her, like, that's fucking great. That's awesome. She went and saw like her new baby and all that stuff. But then we started hanging out with Nick and Kayla, and all that stopped. All that stopped for her. So no, yeah, she really didn't have any friends when we got together. I don't like it when you guys ask me questions and then I answer them and I go, oh, that kind of reveals kind of how fucking stupid I am, doesn't it? And you guys are like, yep. In fact, April did a lot of cunty shit now that you mention it, says Sam Show. My brother is dealing with a crazy narcissist too, and I can't believe all the chaos that comes with it. Death Beholden says she looked like she gave lazy BJs and acts like she's doing you a favor. Now these are just wild accusations. 165 away from today. Let's get her under 100 before 9 o'clock. That sounds good. Boy, you guys really wanted to go into a therapy session here this morning, didn't you? Holy shit. It got deep for a minute. Let's continue on with the show. Whew. The fuck was that all about? I get it. It's interesting. I'm not going to sit here and pretend my life has not been interesting the last while. All right, let's. This all started with the Khalid Sheikh Mohammed thing. Anytime we talk about anything crime or court related, it always ends up going to that place. 3 accused terrorists, including the alleged mastermind behind 9/11, just cut a deal with federal prosecutors to avoid the death penalty, tying up a years-long saga. How fucking old are these guys at this point? Couldn't you have just waited KSM out and he would have been dead in a few years? Who's the one we killed? Who was like Al-Qaeda's second in command? We killed him early on in the war. I thought that was Ayman al-Zawahiri, not Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. Walid Mohammed Salib Mubarak bin Atash and Mustafa Ahmed Adam al-Hawsawi have agreed to plead guilty to conspiracy charges as it pertains to the 2001 attacks, and instead of a lengthy death penalty trial, they'll just serve life sentences. Well, why did it take us so long to get this done then? There's Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. These are both Khalid Sheikh Mohammed? The fuck? He looked really terrible when we arrested him. He had like a Ron Jeremy look to him. And then there's Mustafa Ahmad Adam al-Hawsawi. A little bit of a darker skinned Muslim fella. These guys have been held at Gitmo since 2006. So 18 years we've been working on this case. First being held at secret CIA prisons. Okay, so we had to torture them for a while first. I understand. All right. And there's been years of proceedings to have them face the many charges over the deaths of thousands of Americans. An official military letter announcing the agreement between prosecutors and these three men read in part, quote, "In exchange for the removal of the death penalty as a possible punishment, these three accused have agreed to plead guilty to all of the charged offenses, including the murder of the 2,976 people listed in the charge sheet." One of the key issues about this case is the fact that the alleged terrorists have been tortured. Oh, so we didn't want to do a trial because then they would get to talk about all the torture shit. So we had to do a plea deal with them. I mean, we really didn't because of the way our fucking crazy laws are written now. We could have kept them in Gitmo until they croaked. But I guess we started feeling guilty. So the torture at the CIA facilities, thanks W, something that was a sticking point in their pre-trial proceedings and which could have made their would-be trials somewhat messy. Maybe, but what jury isn't going to convict Khalid Sheikh Mohammed? I don't know. I feel like they would have overlooked the torture thing. Now, he's the guy who's long been accused as the architect for 9/11. Apparently, he came up with the whole plot in the 90s and pitched it to Osama bin Laden and then trained up the terrorists. So it is kind of like writing a movie. You know, he wrote the screenplay to 9/11, but he had to sell it to a producer and a production company, and he found, bin Laden Studios. And they put the whole thing together. Mixed with a little, hey, Mossad, don't tell America we coming for them, too. And then, you get the whole thing taken care of. And then the guy who just bought the fucking buildings. Oh, God. You know what? I don't want to get into 9/11 today because the last time we got into 9/11, I told you guys for sure the conspiracy stuff was bullshit. And then we started digging into the facts, and I went, uh-oh, maybe not as much bullshit as I thought. But you know what? Enough. Here's a nice text. Aaron, it takes courage to admit you're a complete screw-up. Well, look at the facts of the case. I'm not like the Ricadas in April. I don't look at the facts of the case and then just lie to myself to make myself feel better. I look at the facts of the case, and I go, I'm a fuck up. I got to do a better job. And now I'm doing a better job. I got to stop fucking up. Chevy fan says, oh no. Chevy fan says 9/11 is exactly like a movie. It would have never happened without the Jews. I didn't say that. If you can't find the Jews, you get Mel Gibson. Everybody knows that. Elza Belza says, whoa, you said those names too easy. Fed. Sorry. Sam Show says they're right, I know. Look, we got it. We got Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. He's pleaded guilty now. Everybody's happy. We move on with our lives. We don't need to rehash 9/11 and what was an inside job and what wasn't an inside job. All right. Somebody says convict them, put them in prison for life, and then some dumb U.S. bitch or douche will be in prison in another country, and we will even trade for them. Ooh, I don't see Donald Trump even trading KSM. I don't see that happening. Maybe, I don't know. Death Beholden says DJ Khalid, Sheikh Mohammed. Another one. That's what he said when the plane hit the second tower. Another one. Dive Bar says, so today we're going to believe the government's version of 9/11 and pretend that guy had anything to do with it. Yup, that's what we're doing today. Don't say anything about Larry Silverstein. I'm not in the mood to have this long of a conversation. King Kong Dong says 9/11 was an inside job to burn documents. Pentagon was never hit by a plane. And so we could pass the Patriot Act. Oh, boy. I'm not reading any 9/11 conspiracies unless it comes through PayPal, Super Chats, or Rumble Rants. There. How about that? 165 is the number today. Hey, guys, get to 100 by 9 o'clock. We cut $100 off the goal for you today. I appreciate you guys being here. We had a great month of July. Wanted to give you a little break because of it. If you could top off that last 165 or at least get us to 100 by the top of the hour, I really would appreciate it. Oh, 9/11. What a fun topic to get into. Everybody loves a good 9/11 discussion. Let's go back into some Trump stuff here. Donald Trump was asked about gender fluidity and pronouns and all of that stuff. And wouldn't you know it, Donald Trump doesn't really play the pronoun game. Who would have thought? Let's hear his thoughts on the whole matter.
Biden isn't making any of the big decisions.
I don't think so, no. I don't think he knows he's alive.
Kamala Harris.
I don't think he knows he's alive. Jesus. Twist the blade, Donnie. Am I the only one, by the way, who finds Laura Ingraham insufferable? She's like Hannity to me. Like, just one of those people who the Republicans are always right and the Democrats are always wrong and all this shit. It's just like she's more like the kabuki theater pro wrestling politics commentator. I hate the people who like their side is, you know, when a guy has to clearly spin the facts to make his side look like they're right. It's like, well, then in that case, how about you just gain the respect of your audience by being honest and going, hey guys, this time our side isn't right. That would be cool to watch. I'd watch a guy like that. Tucker Carlson does that. I'd watch a guy who gets on the air and he goes, hey, you know that thing we talked about last night? Yeah, it turns out our side wasn't right about that. Our side was wrong. And here's why. Be kind of fun. You could bring somebody from your own side on to argue with you, like Hannity. Yeah, then you get to see Hannity get made a fool of. It all works.
Kamala Harris in her Twitter bio, which I never noticed until this morning, states her pronouns as she/her. What are your pronouns?
I don't want pronouns.
Yeah, I'm Donald/Trump. I mean, it's not really important, is it? Who gives a fuck? I know that I have friends who, you know, their work emails, they have to have their pronouns in them. And every single one of them say the same thing. They're like, yeah, it's annoying. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. It's childish. It's ridiculous. But it's not worth it to stand up at work and say something because then you're going to be called a bigot and then people are going to yell at you and get mad at you. Nobody's going to defend you even if they know you're right. And you could end up losing your job over it. So why rock the boat? And that's, I get that. I understand that position completely.
I don't want pronouns.
So you're fluid? What is that?
Nobody even knows what that means. Ask her to describe exactly what that means.
Well, what is that? Why are people
Nobody
doing
knows.
That? Well, what is that?
Because they're going crazy, all right? We have to bring our country back to sanity.
Gender fluid is what I leave on SP a couple of times a week. That's not okay. Aaron, haven't you fucking learned? Don't talk about your cocksucking sex life on the air. And by the way, cocksucking was a euphemism, not literal in that case. See, now I disgusted Elza Belza. Now I don't feel good about myself. Elza Belza writes, ew, I know. I'm sorry. Bigot on socialist media says, I agree with what he said at the end. Yeah, no, it's all silly shit. Like, nobody should care what you call yourself. If you're a they, them, be a they, them. That's fine. But, like, putting it at the end of your emails or at the end of your social media profiles is just notice me nonsense. Death Beholden says she looks like she'd leave a bad review on your Tinder profile after fucking someone else. Ugh. That means you were fucking Laura Ingraham to begin with. Who are the hottest conservative commentators of all time? Like, if you think back from, like, the beginning of Fox News till now, and you can include MSNBC people and CNN people, but, like, some of my favorites, I got to go Kimberly Guilfoyle, Inner Prime. She was great. S.E. Cupp, I always liked when she was in her heyday. S.E. Cupp was a good one. Who was the hot blonde one on Fox? Boy, that really narrows it down, Aaron. Ainsley Earhart. I thought she was cute. She was a good one. Kayla McEnany. Oh, yeah, Kayla McEnany. Oh, Ryobi's right. Early Megyn Kelly. Yes. Early Megyn Kelly was a fucking dish. How dare I forget Megyn Kelly? Who's the chick who wears the come on my face glasses? She used to work with, what's his name? The King of Late Night. Greg Gilbert. No, the fuck? Why can't I think of his name? Greg Gutfeld. Kat Timpf. Thank you, Chevy fan. Kat Timpf is a fucking smoke show. I don't like that she has to pretend to be like fake gamer comic book nerd, though, in order to get the attention. I fucking hate that. Guys, we need men. We need men to come back. Because like that, the fake gamer cosplay women shit needs to stop. It's fucking embarrassing. You women don't know what you're fucking talking about. You're not real fans of this shit. You just want to show your tits and pussy, which is fine. That's great. But you can do that without playing it up for these weird gamer dorks. Whatever happened to wearing just the short football jersey that showed under tit? That's way better. We can go to football games. You don't have to watch Magic the Gathering tournaments. You're showing bad judgment with the comic book shit. Because you don't care. Like, I don't give a shit about comics, and I could probably talk more in depth than you could about them. You want to show your tits off. Baseball button-up uniforms are great. If you're a side boob gal, basketball jerseys are awesome. Under boob, fucking cut off football jersey. There's options, girls. If you want to be sluts, that's fine. Be sluts. But the gamer fucking comic grift is, it's obnoxious. It's really gay. Aaron is attracted to Tyrus. Bro, the Funkasaurus. Show some fucking respect to Brodus Clay. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says, Trump, my pronouns are female. I was the first female president, frankly, the best president of all time. Sam Show, or Death Beholden says, Kat Timpf is so much like my ex. In so many ways, I hate her. Sam Show says, for men to come back, you have to tell the women to shut the fuck up and not waver when they whine. We're not ready. That's true. It does have to be a double-edged sword, I suppose. Aaron wants to give Laura his angle. Always an upward angle, boys. Unless, she's flipped over. You get the idea. Darkroom Chris says, just admit that you diddle yourself nightly to Greta Van Susteren. I'm fucking done for the day. I'm not playing this fucking game. Here we go. OG Honky says, I've resolved the imposter honky issue. Very good. There we go. He's resolved the honky imposter issue. We've got Honky and OG Honky. See? People can come together and they can come to rational, logical conclusions. I'm glad you guys figured that out. Thank you. Dana Perino, someone says, is still hot. Is she? Is Dana Perino still a looker? She was good, like in the Bush years and shit like that. By the way, OG Honky also at $2 says, cosplay porn is the best. You're just a boomer. All right. I'll go with it. There. I give up. Thank you, OG Honky. I appreciate it. We are 160 away from today. Oh, guys. 10 minutes away from 9 o'clock. I want to keep us on track for today, especially since the goal was so low. We got 8 minutes until the top of the hour. I want to be down to $100 by the time we're there. 160 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Steel Toe Media Inc. over there on Venmo. Click the links. Chip into this fantastic program, and let's keep having some fun today. I appreciate it. Sure, downplay comics. That last Comic-Con almost got your side business busted, says Atomic Ray. I don't engage in human trafficking. I'm trying to tell you this. They're saying Megyn Kelly is still hot. Let's take a look. You guys throw some money at the PayPal and the Venmo, and I'll look up if Megyn Kelly is still hot in 2024. Megyn Kelly 2024. She's got a kind of a Jenny from Forrest Gump thing going on. I'll give it to her. I mean, you know what, though? Like, she's in her 50s, right? Yeah, she looks really good. If Megyn Kelly's in her 50s, then she looks great. Fuck. Still would. Megyn Kelly age. Yeah, she's 53. Fuck that. How about, let's go Kimberly Guilfoyle 2010. Let's take a look at 2010 Kimberly. See, like, that was a fucking political commentator. Holy shit. Was she fucking Gavin Newsom at this point in 2010? I think this was the Kimberly Guilfoyle that Gavin Newsom got. Yep, there she is. She's a weird mouth. Not that I fucking care, but it's just the only analysis I can make that's not overwhelmingly positive. She's still good now, because that's another one who's got to be in her 50s. Holy fuck. Oh, there's work there. But yeah, I mean, she's still pretty good. All right. She's got Donald Trump Jr. Ooh. It's a little older, but yeah, she's still good. You got resources. And how old is Kimberly? Kimberly Guilfoyle age 55. That's really good for 55. Okay. All right. Those Trump boys are doing all right for themselves. Those tits are way spread out, says somebody. For Jesus Christ's sake. She's 55 years old. Let her tits be a little spread out. Let's see what your tits look like when you're 55. Kat Timpf still hot? She's got to be. She's like in her 30s, right? Kat Timpf. Images. Well, you know what? The glasses do a lot for her. See, I don't like that. She's playing a character when she's doing that. See, now there's a cutie. Yeah, I'm a Kat Timpf guy. Fox has a type. That's for sure. Fox has a type. All right, guys, as I said, 160 away. Let's move on. Death Beholden says, my tits look good at 41. I'm sure they do, buddy. Wait a minute. Are you a woman? I always thought Death Beholden was a dude. My tits look good at 41. No guy should have good-looking tits. Not at all. Holding on to good tits into your 40s is something to be proud of, though. And it doesn't matter if they're yours or if they're aftermarket. Like, as long as you keep them looking good, God bless. I don't have a prejudice. No prejudice here. A man in Florida, Ohio. This is an Ohio story. We're getting into some of the local news stories now, guys. Get us down a little bit goal-wise. We got about an hour left before we got to beg. We brought in about $90 today. Ooh. But we were able to throw in 100 because, if you're just joining us, we had a great July, awesome month. You guys are fantastic. So the last 3 shows of the week, the evening show and the 2 morning shows, we're knocking $100 off the goal. What that means is I'd like you guys to come up big here on this 160. Thank you very much. Lockland, Ohio. I've seen more and more of these types of stories as cities stop fixing potholes or their priorities are shit and their potholes don't get fixed. A lot of us here in the northern part of the country, we only have 5 to 6 months out of the year that we can fix our roads. Otherwise, it gets too cold. There's ice and snow on the roads. It tears up the pavement, the whole deal. So a lot of people get fed up with their local governments not fixing the goddamn potholes. So they'll put I've seen Domino's pizzas come out to fill people's potholes. People will just like throw junk in the pothole. They'll put cones in the pothole to embarrass the government. Well, now people are facing charges for trying to point out what a dog shit job the government is doing of fixing their streets. And I get it from the person who gets arrested and charged. I get it from their point of view. Like, fix my fucking roads. This is what I pay you people for. And then on the government's end, the government's only doing this because the person is embarrassing them. They're not doing it because, it's, we have to arrest this person and charge them for the safety of the community. No, it's because they're making you look like a bunch of assholes because you're not fixing the streets. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Brooklyn man's facing some charges after allegedly spray painting circles all around potholes in the community.
According to the affidavit, he was unauthorized to do so, and his markings were found on several roadways back in April.
Brenda Ardonia.
So what? They're his roads. He fucking paid for them. And look at the condition that fucking street is in. First of all, it's caving in on itself. Second of all, there's cracks all over it and then giant potholes breaking out. And you guys are going to worry. You guys think the problem is this guy spray painting a circle around it? If anything, if I'm on the road, I appreciate that. I can see it coming up. I can avoid the pothole. Good for him. Yeah, they're just doing this because he's humiliating the shit out of their inability to do their fucking job.
Yes, has the very latest.
According to the affidavit, Stroll told officers that he did it because he was tired of waiting for crews to fill the potholes. The twisted irony here is that those potholes were set to be filled just a couple days after this all happened.
Oh, sure. Yeah. See, that guy was being unreasonable and impatient. We were getting around to fixing the potholes. We were actually going to do, believe it or not, we were doing it tomorrow. I know. Just, can you believe this guy did that? What a prick.
We were in the process of switching public works directors. We had some turnover within staff, and the new public works director literally had a plan to start addressing this the days that followed the painting occurring.
Isn't that amazing? So weird that they were ready to fix the potholes just as this guy started shit-talking them for not doing it. Crazy how that works out. Well, then, shouldn't they be thanking this guy? He gave up. They don't have to go searching for the potholes anymore. This guy's got it covered for him.
Some might call it bad timing or poor planning, but Lockland Village Administrator Douglas Wiemeyer is calling what Gregory Stroll is accused of doing as a violation of property.
Painting roadways, marking roadways, it honestly, at the end of the day, it isn't anything different than graffitiing a building.
Oh, suck my dick. I don't own the building. I didn't pay for the building with my tax dollars. It's owned by somebody else. The roads are owned by the people. And if the people are fed up with the shitty conditions of the road, they should be allowed to fuck with it a little bit.
Or painting someone else's private property. In this instance.
Oh, but we can put a big fucking pride crosswalk in the middle of the street. And how dare you, if you burn out on it, you go to prison. God, it's such horseshit.
It's public property owned by the government that unless you are the government, you're not allowed to paint this.
What does of, by, and for the people mean, dildo? God, well, at least they're saying the quiet part out loud. We're not the government. Fuck us. Oh, I hate this guy. Local tyrants do shit like this all the time. They go, well, I'm the government. I'm like, no, dude, technically I'm the government.
According to court records, Stroll admitted to officers that in early April, he spray painted markings near potholes in at least 3 different roadways. These aren't the actual markings. I used Edius, a video editing tool here, to demonstrate
sponsorship
how the markings were shaped according to the affidavit. Court documents say the areas where Stroll's alleged markings were spotted were on Wyoming and Central Avenue, Wyoming and William Street, and Bacon and Westview.
Oh, Bacon. Old Bacon Street. And then he got busted by the pigs.
He was unhappy with how fast, or slow in his case, we had been.
Look at that road. That is beat to shit. No wonder this guy's frustrated. These roads almost wouldn't work for a horse and buggy, for Christ's sake.
Addressing this.
Court documents note Stroll used orange spray paint during the act.
The colors that are
Well, look, you can't even see the orange spray paint anymore. No harm, no foul.
Used and painted on the roadway have meanings to them. In this instance, orange means, I believe, telecommunication lines, cable lines, telephone lines, and the like. So what the subject had done.
Well, good. He's letting people know not to dig there, too. That's a good idea.
In this case, is painted the roadway orange, and that triggers that there would be telecommunication lines underneath the roadway in that area.
Wiemeyer says luckily Stroll's alleged markings did not cause any confusion and have since been wiped away. He now offers a different way of expressing village concerns.
If you have aggravation, if you have frustration because something's not happening the way you want it to, there's a council meeting here the second Tuesday of every month. You're welcome to come and voice that frustration there.
Yeah, and you know what they do then? Fucking Newton. They don't do shit for you. Just go to the city council meeting and bitch about it. Oh, and then what are you guys going to do? Probably whatever the fuck we want. Oh, okay. Well, I'll see you there.
Now, Wiemeyer said.
Meanwhile, this guy spray paints the potholes, and the next day the cops go, well, we're getting around to it in the next couple of days. So it did have an impact. It fixed the problem. Now that you embarrassed them so badly that they're getting on top of the shit. The original Hawk Tua girl with 199 says, Aaron, don't I still look good for my age? Oh, absolutely. Every day and twice on Sunday. Absolutely. You look fantastic. Somebody texting in, Donald Trump Jr. is well-spoken and good-looking. He could possibly make a run for the White House. Eric Trump looks like a used car salesman. You can't win them all. You can't win them all. MSO says, yeah, they wonder why they want your guns. I don't think they want that guy having guns. Filling a pothole doesn't affect lines under the road, says Lab Glass. Yeah, they know that. They just, like I said, this guy just humiliated them, so they're fucking with him back. That's what they're doing. Dive Bar says, are there any sloped buildings near the council meeting? Oh, yeah, you better hope not. Sam Show says, imagine the cost of arresting and boarding up a guy, running him through the system and wiping away the paint versus just filling in the potholes. One would think, right? One would think. 160 away from today's goal. 55 minutes away. Please and thank you. Couple of bucks for the hard work of, the work program. If you guys could go ahead and throw in a few bucks, just to put my mind at ease, knock that goal out so I'm not talking about it for the next hour, that would be good. We did throw an extra $100 at the goal because July went really well. So I'll be honest, when I woke up this morning, I was like, yep, 250, that'll be an easy one. And then, like, when the show started, I just got that feeling where I'm like, fuck, I can't really escape the embarrassment of being a beggar. It's just no matter what the goal level's going to be. Like, I'm just going to, because, like, when it's lower at 250, I don't mention it as much until, like, the last hour and a half if it's not going well. And then, like, when it starts at 250, though, you're starting off in a good spot, so you don't have to talk about it for an hour and a half. But then when it doesn't move, you're just like, all right, guys, now we're just back to what a normal day looks like. So if you could throw in early, throw in often, that would help a lot. And the show gets better because I'm not sitting here one eye on the story and one eye going, my fucking fraud and failure today. To which the audience goes, oh, rest assured, for sure, you are. Let's go ahead and talk about this this new country chick, Megan Maroney. I've never heard her. I don't know anything about her, but apparently she, this person says it's not a goal issue. It's a quality issue. Your core audience is telling you need to provide more value. Dude, don't I know it? I'm trying. I'm doing my best to do a good show. It's just my talent level must not be there anymore. Maybe I'm reaching back for the old fastball and it ain't there. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I know you kind of wrote that, so I would argue with you. No, I happen to believe exactly the same thing you do. I believe that hitting goals and not hitting goals is a direct consequence of the quality of the show. That's why it's weird whenever I'm like, this was a really good one. I feel like it really kicked it in the ass. And then you go, we've made $90 in 3 hours. Like, maybe it hasn't been that good of a show. Megan Maroney, don't know who she is. No clue. But she's a country singer, and apparently she just goes on girl podcasts and just talks about who she's fucking. This is a brazen move. Like, country music used to not even swear. Like as of 10, 15 years ago, they used to not even curse in country music. Now you got country starlets going on podcasts being like, oh, that guy, yeah, I sucked his dick. Whoa. We're trying. Megan Maroney's going to be the Megan Thee Stallion of country music. Jesus. Death Beholden says people like Salty get $300 donos in the first 5 minutes. Yeah, I know. I'm not that good. Thank you. I appreciate you guys pointing out what I just said to make me feel even shittier about it. That's very nice. Fred Rack says Ryan Harkness made a hilarious and accurate song parody of Aaron's Begging. That's great. I mean, that's fantastic. I would focus on doing good content on your own, but like, I understand I'm really good at what I do. I'm very interesting, so a lot of people like to grab onto the old coattails. I understand it. I just wish they'd be honest about it and say that's what they're doing. Otherwise, it just, to me, it looks kind of embarrassing for them, too. So 160 is the number. Help us out. Links are in the chat. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says, you just sent me a North Korean thought. Stop denying your side hustle. Thank you. Dive Bar says, Super Tips would put the money in your pocket same day. Who cares if people use your voice and others to make fun of you? You'd be making money. Oh, no, it sounds fun. I've expressed interest in that before. But then also, you know, we got PayPal and Venmo for that as well. What does it matter if no money's coming into it? What are you talking about? There's no money coming into it. Who gives a shit? Again, 160 is the number. Help us out. So this Megan Maroney went on the Call Her Daddy podcast and was asked about Morgan Wallen. Now, Morgan Wallen is one of the biggest stars in country music. And on this podcast, they asked this Megan Maroney, she's a newer chick in country music. They asked her flat out, did you date Morgan Wallen? Now, you don't kiss and tell about a Morgan Wallen, right? He's the biggest guy. Like, this is like Reba McEntire in the 80s being asked, hey, what do you know about George Strait? And she's like, oh, I swallowed his cum once. And it's like, what the fuck, dude? You don't just come out and say shit like that. Hey, Martina McBride, what do you think of Joe Diffie? Oh, he gives mean anal. A little mystery, gals. Jesus. Let's listen to Megan Maroney talk about what she may or may not have done with Morgan Wallen.
You date Morgan Wallen?
Never exclusively.
Yeah.
And then they did a fucking girl squeal after. You can't say that and then do a girl squeal. That's a whore squeal. That's her going, did you ever date Morgan Wallen? No, I just fucked him and sucked his dick a bunch. Right? Crazy story. All right.
And goodbye. Okay.
Okay. Oh my God, thank you so much. It's been so much fun.
And goodbye, everyone. Let's go.
Is this like, you got to think, she's not a pop star. She's a country singer. Like, I hate to be this guy, but like, this isn't good for your brand, is it? Country fans aren't like into the I'm the slutty chick angle. I don't know if you should be talking about sucking Morgan Wallen's cock on a show when you want to be taken seriously as an artist. That's what happens to chicks like this. They go on a podcast and they freely talk about how they suck Morgan Wallen's cock and fucked him and shit like that. And then they go, why aren't I being taken seriously as an artist? It's like, well, yeah.
Go talk off camera.
It's like women do that all the time. They're like, why? A woman can talk about her sexuality. A woman can be brazen about the sex she has. Yes, they can. Nobody's debating that. But other people get to use ears and hear it and form character judgment based on what you think is appropriate to share with people publicly. That's why the concept of slut shaming is retarded and it doesn't exist. It's just something to make women feel better because they want to be able to put themselves out there, tell everyone who they are or they think these people want them to be, but then receive no feedback from it. And that's just not how the world works. That's a very childish way to look at the world. If you sit there and you go, oh, I've been just sucking dicks to different country stars and blah, blah, and then people go, oh, so you're kind of a hoe. Oh, how dare you say that? You're slut shaming. And you're like, yes, but you're the one sitting here talking about what you're doing. I'm just making character judgments based on what I'm hearing from you.
Okay, interesting. Not exclusively. So I think it's obvious, and that's why, like, I do appreciate you being honest because, like, I feel like everyone kind of knows.
And I have so tried to avoid that in every single interview I've ever done.
Oh, well, yeah, you really fought it here big time. That's good. Really tried to avoid talking about it on every interview I've ever done. That's why I just blurted it out and then hooker squealed afterwards.
But you're here,
but we're here now, and time has passed, and all is well. So
okay, is your song Tennessee Orange about him?
I will not sing my songs about ever
because just did a little. Okay.
Oh,
maybe.
That's true. Yeah, we'll never name. See.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
Okay, you won't confirm. Do you think he has any songs about you?
I have no idea.
Lies. Okay, why did the relationship end?
I gotta say, and I know I'm not the target audience for it, this is an insufferable show. That, by the way, that face should be the logo for this show. Why do, pretty women make terrible fucking interviewers? I've learned that in the last week. Because they think a good interview is just asking a question, getting an answer, good, done. It's like, ugly broads make the best interviewers because they're usually smarter and more inquisitive and they don't fall for bullshit. You understand that if you're doing an interview and you get bullshitted, that makes you look like a retard as an interviewer. You know, I hate it when people like this or others, they'll do an interview with someone and they'll get completely snowed. They'll get completely bowled over and they'll go, what? I just ask the questions and then I let the people answer them. Well, then why don't we just write out a bunch of questions, hand it to the person, they can read them off and then answer them. You don't even need to fucking be here then. You're useless. But it's always the ugly broads who are like asking the follow-up questions and like, you know, I get that it's uncomfortable to call people on their bullshit and that you don't want to create an awkward, uncomfortable moment. If you don't want to create awkward, uncomfortable moments, don't interview people because you fucking dog shit at it, you know? But if you want to be an interviewer, what you got to do is you got to bust balls when you get that impulse in your gut that tells you this person's lying to you. That's insulting your intelligence. They're fucking with you. I don't know. Shows like this is just question, answer, question, answer, question, answer.
Okay, so it was never a relationship. Okay. Here's what I'll tell you though, because I haven't told anyone this ever.
Okay, here we go.
So you know where the first place you should tell it is? Like on this show. That's to this girl you just met.
So him and I met in 2020.
Okay.
John Langston actually introduced us. I was a senior in college. COVID hadn't happened yet. His Dangerous album wasn't even out yet. So
had he called anyone the N-word yet?
We were friends for a long time. So it's what, 2024? That was 2020.
Yep.
So we're friends for a long time.
Okay.
We were not just friends. And now we're friends.
I love that answer. Okay. So you guys had like a little thing. A little thing, but you weren't officially dating.
Yeah, no, never officially dating.
Yeah, I was just taking more. Like, that's not the empowering answer that she thinks it is. That's really more of like, yeah, I just lay there and took Morgan Wallencock for a while, and then he just kind of moved on to something else. But empowerment. Guys, stop it. They're smart creatures. They're intelligent. They're just like us, you know.
But as we talked about, Megan, those can be the worst.
Yeah, I will say if anyone's like overly sensitive and will get their heart broken and like, yeah, it's me.
How did you keep something like that private?
So you just took Morgan Wallen loads and you thought it was going to be a relationship and he just moved on. So it broke your heart, but tee-hee-hee, I guess.
It's not that hard. I feel like he's a very private person.
You think?
Yeah.
So you kind of just like...
Well, yeah, he's a private person. I mean, he yells the N-word at people. He doesn't want his shit out in the street.
Maneuvered around.
Well, yeah. It was not like I said, we weren't exclusively dating ever.
Okay.
And I think both of our schedules, like we have insane, like when we try to hang out, it's like, okay, we have this one day of the whole month where we're both maybe in town.
Right.
And then someone's got something going on. It was
She's not interesting. I hope she can sing. I've never heard any of her shit. I don't know any of her songs. Texasist becoming a member for 10 months says if you begged April this much, you'd still have her. I was not interested in keeping that version. Thank you. But thank you for renewing your membership. I do appreciate that. Guys, we are still 160 away. Help me hammer that out. I am bombing right now. I'd like to knock it out today. Get a win. After cutting it by $100, I really was kind of like fait accompli to get a W today. So if you'd like to contribute, that would be awesome. That would be swell, guys. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. If you're a fan of the show and you watch all the time, kicking in a few bucks here and there is kind of nice for me to keep doing it. Gen Alpha is ditching social media and prefers YouTube and mobile games, according to a new study. This is my kids' generation. So like people who are like 10 to 15 years old or whatever. That's smart, though. It's good for them to ditch social media. It's a fucking cesspool. They should. Like, it's so bad for kids to be on there. So the fact that they're not doing Twitter's probably the grossest of all of them. It's just really where all the deadbeats go. Facebook is all right. Instagram's good. But yeah, Twitter's the one you got to stay away from the most because that's the one where the people with the least to do and the least to live for are. And that can just be like the Everglades, essentially. I don't know. Watching your shit on YouTube, playing mobile games, it doesn't seem like too bad of an existence. Social media platforms may be losing their grip on the youngest generation. A study of children's video consumption habits showed that the youngest generation prefers to use YouTube far more than the other forms of media, including social sites. The survey of thousands of children ages 2 to 12, Jesus, also known as Generation Alpha, asked about their daily media consumption. Surprisingly, the survey showed that the youngsters are generally shifting away from social media platforms and focusing purely on video content. I'm not sure that that's true, by the way. I don't think that's the case. I think that you're dealing with 12-year-olds. I don't think their parents are letting them use social media yet. I don't think it's fair to take a kid at 12 years old and say, oh, kids are just, they're fucking done with social media. It's all over. It's nothing to see here. I don't know. Like they're 12 years old. I know a lot of parents who are not going to let their parents or not going to let their children have like Twitter and Facebook accounts at 12 years old. I mean, I would hope that they wouldn't let their kids have any of those accounts at 12 years old. So I don't know. That sounds like a lot of bullshit. Thank you to Dr. Silverwolf for $5 over on YouTube. Holy God, thank Christ, buddy. He says Twitter and Reddit are the worst. Facebook is full of bots, AI, and old people. Yeah. Reddit's terrible, but Reddit's, I guess I really don't think about Reddit. That's fair. Twitter's garbage. The rest of them are, I don't know. The rest of them aren't too bad. Thank you for the $5, by the way. 155 away from today's goal. Please go into PayPal and Streamlabs and knock the rest of that out and super chats and all that. Everybody throw in a little. We'll get this thing knocked out, and I won't spend the next 40 minutes panicking that even after I throw in $100, I'm still a fucking failure with a dog shit show. Pity bucks is what we're talking about. All right, let's open up our last hour's worth of stories. And we have hopefully an hour and change left in the program, so we're right on track for today. Go to eventbrite.com and get your Steel Toe 10th anniversary tickets if you so please. We've only got 10 of them left. The fuck is that? Oof. We got weather again outside? Shit. What the Holy. Oh, it's my yard people. I didn't know the yard people were coming today. I heard like a buzzing, like a squealing, buzzing noise outside my window. I'm like, what the fuck? And then I see the guy rolling by on his little scooter thingy that they use for the grass. That's a technical term, by the way. This is a funny story. I mean, unless you're The Rock and the UFL. The UFL or the USFL and the XFL merged, and they formed the UFL. And unfortunately, I didn't even know. Like, I know their season's over. Like, I didn't even know they were still going, unfortunately. The Rock struck a deal with the Army to get the UFL $11 million to help boost recruiting. So, you know, NFL does the same thing. You get advertisements, you promote, you do all this, and you hope that the people watching the football game want to join the Army. Well, their $11 million investment with the UFL netted the Army 38 enlistments lost. They lost 38 enlistments in working with the UFL. Ooh, does that one suck? According to a report from military.com, the Army may seek to get some of its money back after the failed effort to boost recruiting. That's not how it works. You pay for the advertising. If the advertising doesn't work, you don't renew the deal. You don't get your money back. The deal was agreed upon earlier this year and included prominent Army branding during UFL games. The bigger draw of the deal, military.com reported, was the presence of The Rock. Due to his enormous social media following, including nearly 400 million followers on Instagram, his potential outreach was valued by the Army. So it's kind of shitting on your football league, isn't it? Like even the Army goes, I don't know, it's cool to be with the UFL and everything, but we're trying to get more, we're trying to sink our hooks into, the Rock's brand more than anything else. As part of the deal, Johnson was to publish 5 different posts promoting the Army. He only posted 2. Okay, they might have a case here to get their money back. Okay. That's interesting. Why not just make your fucking posts? Like, make them that day and then schedule them for like a week or 2 apart. You're good. As noted by the site, the failed deal comes as the Army is enduring a historic recruiting crisis. One of the larger factors in that crisis stems from the fact that traditional marketing tactics like cable TV style ads don't reach younger generations like they used to. Oh, that's not good for future advertising for the UFL, too. You don't want your own clients coming out and going, yeah, we advertised with them, but it turned out it was total bullshit and the whole thing sucked. It's not going to inspire the next group to throw $11 million at you. Oh, they kind of did The Rock dirty, didn't they? Fucking hell. I got to be honest. I'm getting a little desperate here. 155 is the number. Do it up. Elon Musk has accepted a direct challenge to fight the dictator of Venezuela. This is interesting. Nicolas Maduro, depending on who you ask, lost his re-election bid to stay the president of Venezuela, the commie dictator. Now, why commie dictators even bother having elections, I have no idea. Just hold on to the fucking office or do the Saddam thing and pretend to have an election and say you got 99% of the vote. I don't understand if you're going to, what's the point of being a communist dictator if you're going to give people a chance to get rid of you? Chances are they're going to want to get rid of you. You're an asshole. Venezuela fucking sucks. Inflation is out of control. I mean, even worse than here. They used to be an oil-rich nation. Now they nationalized all the oil and they don't get enough of it out of the ground. It's embarrassing. So of course people are going to want to try something new. So if you're going to be a communist dictator, then be an old school communist dictator. Mao wouldn't have let himself get voted out. Stalin, come on. Well, apparently Elon Musk was, I guess, shitting on Maduro. Maduro lost the election, some say by as much as 30 points. And then Maduro went ahead and said, nope, actually, if you look here at these numbers, I actually got 51% of the vote, and I actually won the election. I'm the winner. And the rest of the world kind of went, it's, no offense there, Nick, but this sounds like a bunch of bullshit. He goes, no, trust me. It's, what happened was you guys all went to sleep, and I know the other guy was ahead by a landslide when you went to bed. But then we found a bunch more ballots, and we counted those up, and wouldn't you know, almost all of them were for me. And it pushed me ahead by the time you woke up in the morning. And by the way, in no way am I drawing any kind of connecting dots to the 2020 American election. I mean, that was totally different. I mean, Donald Trump was up by a landslide, and then you went to bed, and when you woke up, Joe Biden had found magically enough ballots to put himself ahead in the states he needed to be ahead in. That's the way that election went. So the two of them are nothing like one another. So because this guy was being an asshole about the election, Elon Musk and Twitter took away his gray check mark that you get if you're a political figure. Well, he didn't like that very much and said he was going to kick Elon Musk's ass, did Maduro. Well, Elon Musk has accepted Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro's challenge to fight. Maduro said, Elon Musk, whoever messes with me dries up. That sounds like a fucking mafia threat, but okay. Whoever messes with Venezuela dries up. Elon Musk. You, hold on. You want to fight? Let's have it, Elon Musk. I'm ready. I'm not afraid of you. Let's go at it. Wherever you want, just say where. Wow. So Maduro wants to fight Elon Musk. Elon Musk's response to Maduro, he says, I accept. He will chicken out. Wow. So we might actually get this fight. I don't know. Maduro kind of looks like a big grizzly bear. He might be a problem. And hasn't Elon been backing out of fights? Like, wasn't there supposed to be that Zuckerberg thing? Remember, Musk was supposed to fight Zuckerberg, and then all of a sudden that just never happened? I don't know. Musk shouldn't really talk about chickening out. Dr. Silverwolf with $10. Thank you very much for this thirsty program. We finally cracked the $100 mark for today's show, which means on a normal day we'd be at $250 right now. Luckily, we're at $150 because you guys gave us a great July, and we were able to cut it by $100 for the end of the week here. Dr. Silverwolf with this $10 says, much like the U.S., it's the illusion of choice. All right, guys, $150 away. Come on, band together. Let's do this. Let's knock it out so I don't have to worry and sound pathetic in front of all my haters who come here and tell me what a pathetic, begging piece of shit I am. It's always fun. It's always nice to see. It's always nice to be told what a small, tiny, nothing fucking show you have. It's riveting, actually. It's what you really come to work for every single day. Oh my God, are we down to our last two stories of today's show? Jesus Christ, I've been burning through them. You know what that means? That means I am doing a bad show today. Uh-oh. If I've been burning through material this quick. Oh, no, okay. Oh, never mind. We've got another hour. Whew. I was going to say, fuck me. This last 10 minutes has went by incredibly slow, though, meaning I suck. 150 is the number. Get us back on track, please. I appreciate it. A Florida school employee who let his son play on the girls' volleyball team has received a 10-day suspension. What is this all about? Why are we trying to make some kind of point about like trans kids? And because Florida's big on like not letting trans kids do shit in school, like compete, like trans women competing against biological women in sports. Is that what it is? Okay, so some Florida mom got uppity. Here's the thing. You know what the rule is. You know why the rule is in place, yet you fucking broke it anyway. And you thought you were going to be treated like some kind of great protester and civil rights hero. The problem is you're on the internet too much going to imright.com. What you don't realize is the vast majority of this country doesn't want trans women playing in sports with biological women. They don't want trans women changing with biological women. That's just the way the country feels about it. You know, we've heard this from Riley Gaines and many others. There's a lot of women who get put in these positions and they don't want to talk about it because they're afraid they'll get called a name. So they sit there and suffer in silence when they're clearly uncomfortable. And I always thought when women were made uncomfortable, we try to make them comfortable. But there's this thing when it comes to trans where it's like a cheat code and all of a sudden the comfort level of women doesn't matter. Comfort level of women only matters when you can attack white men for it. When it's trans people or black people or anything like that, we don't really talk about it. Women will talk about, oh, catcalling is terrible. They won't talk about who the biggest violators of catcalling are. Can't talk about that. Oh, I'm really uncomfortable in the bathroom, in the locker room, when a trans woman comes in and changes in front of all of us. Okay, cool. Let's ban them from your sport. Well, no, I can't come out publicly and say anything like this or I'll get criticized. That's why someone like Riley Gaines is actually, I think, pretty brave. By the way, quick medal update I just saw on the side of this story. The U.S. is in first in the medal count. Very nice. The only problem is I don't give a shit about the medal count as much as I care about the gold medal count. We're like 5 behind China on that one. That sucks. All right, let's check out this story and see what this mom did. I'm sure she's going to try to cry a bunch of tears about, I'm just fighting for my child and this and that. But like, you know what the rules are. You know what the fucking rules are? You broke them. You're going to have to deal with the consequences. Let's check this one out from Florida.
Involving a transgender student's mom is over. The Broward County School Board just voted to suspend rather than fire Jessica Norton.
So it was a compromise. Okay, that works. I'm going to take a bet here that the dad is not in the picture. And by the way, you can call me any mean name you want. I'm a terrible guy, whatever. But it's not going to stop me from noticing patterns. And one of the patterns I notice is that these trans kids who, oh, by the way, they were just born that way. It's just 100% born that way, blah, blah, blah. They always seem to come from the same background. Single mom, a little needy for attention, the mom. Parades the kid around, tells everybody the kid is trans before the kid can even tell you they're trans. Dad's not in the picture, and if dad does try to get in the picture and stop any of this, he's a bigot, and he won't be able to see his child. So it's hard for me to buy this whole, oh yeah, you're just randomly born in the wrong body thing, when the people who are, quote, randomly born in the wrong body also seem to have the same social building blocks as other people like them. It's just, I'm not going to ignore that just because you get called a name.
Works at Monarch High School and allowed her daughter to play girls' sports, violating state law. NBC6's Ari Oster joins us live from the board meeting in Plantation with the story. Ari.
Yeah, you didn't get arrested. You're not going to jail over it. You got suspended from your job. You didn't even lose it.
Well, Juwan, the school board punted this issue twice before settling it late this afternoon. Jessica Norton is an IT professional at Monarch High School. She allowed her transgender daughter to play on the girls' volleyball team there at Monarch.
Oh, volleyball.
Her daughter was outed last year and then kicked off the team because in Florida, state law forbids trans girls from playing high school sports. This created a big controversy.
No. Whoa. That's bullshit. It doesn't ban trans kids from playing high school sports. It allows them to play sports for the gender they were born and the gender they are biologically. It doesn't, I hate when the media does that. It bans trans kids from playing sports. The fuck it does. It just bans them from playing against the gender that they just became a few weeks ago because they have an advantage.
The athletic director, the principal, they were suspended temporarily while an investigation went on. The superintendent of Broward County Schools recommended that Jessica Norton be terminated, but today the board voted 5-4 to suspend her for 10 days instead of firing her. You're going to hear her reaction to this, and you're going to see some of that discussion among the school board members.
Oh, I'm excited to hear from her because I have a theory. I have a theory about how she's going to talk. Somebody texting into the studio line, you come to my small town in Texas, but you don't stop by and say hello? Fuck you. I haven't been to Texas in years. I used to go to Bandera. I used to go to Katy and San Antonio. Those are my favorite spots. I've been to Arlington, Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston. Those have been the spots that, Galveston, of course.
And overall, looking at the totality of this, what are you thinking?
See, again, she looks like every single mom with a trans kid. She's got the little goofy haircut, the big notice me glasses, totally a single mom, I'm willing to bet. I'm sorry, but you can't put this whole I was born this way shit on me when the social backgrounds all seem to, fall in lockstep. Is it nature or is it nurture? I'm leaning towards nurture.
As far as the decision to be suspended for 10 days versus being fired?
I mean, obviously, I don't want to get fired from my job. I love my job, but I don't think the decision for any suspension was correct.
She knew what the law was, and she made a decision not to follow the law, and that needs to have a consequence to it.
Not only that, you used your child to get attention for yourself, which is a classic needy mom move. You used your own child and made them the center of a controversy that they may not want to be a part of just so you could grandstand a little bit. It's kind of shitty.
I think what happened is criminal, in my opinion.
Ms. Norton did not abuse a child. She did not harm a child. She is doing what she did, what she thought was best in the best interest of her daughter.
And if we do not terminate
then others would then be led to believe that they can too break the law.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't enforce this one, why would you enforce the next one? By the way, that person writing in said you came to my small town in Texas and didn't say hello. I didn't see that he posted a picture of a carrot with a face on it and noodle arms. That's not me. That's a carrot. It's a carrot toy. It's a toy. It's a carrot. But thank you.
And I have a problem with that.
The child has suffered enough. And so has
I know. He's got that for a mom.
This family. I think we need to move forward.
He's right. I mean, nobody can understand what we've been through. We've been through death threats, harassing phone calls, letters sent to our house. And this was all because of something that they did. It wasn't something that I did. I was protecting my child. Again,
you weren't protecting your child. If you were protecting the child, you wouldn't have broken the law. Protecting your child doesn't mean getting yourself a bunch of fucking attention so you can be some kind of fucking martyr and get some attaboys and pats on the back. That's not protecting your child.
I did nothing wrong.
No, you did, though. There's a rule.
So Norton maintains that because the Fairness in Women's Sports Act, the Florida law, is a civil law, that only institutions, not individuals, can violate it. And she says, as you heard her say right there, that she has done nothing wrong here. So what happens now after she serves her 10-day suspension? Will she go back to work at Monarch High School? She said she's open to that, but it has to be a family decision, and they haven't decided yet. We're live in Plantation.
Yeah, this just seems like a really goofy-ass hill to die on. The girls' volleyball hill. I don't know. Like I said, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. It just, a lot of it just seems like I wanted attention from me. $2 from Atomic Ray says, when is your next fight, Führer Aaron, and whom? I think it's in September. I think there's one in September and one in October that I want to do. And I think I know who my opponent's going to be. I think it's going to be a guy from up in Duluth that I've sparred with a few times. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says they counted in-person ballots first, then they counted mail-in ballots overnight. Trump's mistake was encouraging his retard army not to take advantage of mail-in ballots. I agree with that. I thought Trump telling his people not to do mail-in ballots was fucking stupid. Take any advantage you can. But I thought it was kind of a shady deal. BJ with $10 says, fun fact, like Aaron, Cumia had a blonde hole for a co-host who couldn't take criticism. Oh, he's shitting on the Opster with that one. Hey guys, 140 away from today's goal. Please knock it out. This has been kind of a fun show. I've had a good time doing the show. I'm not going to lie. This has been a bummer day. I really second-guess myself about my abilities and whatnot when I knocked the goal down to 250. And granted, we didn't talk much about it the first couple hours of the show, but I have since about 8:30. I do question my abilities big time when I'm like 250 and we're 140 away and it's going to have to be a begging day. Oh, God. We're 15 minutes away from the can rattling and the begging. You ain't getting my money says it's been a bad week for the toe. Yes and no. Numbers have stayed steady. We only missed one goal by $15. I mean, that's not even really a number. But, yeah, it's been a struggle. Like, we've done a lot more begging this week. That's for sure. We've struggled a little more this week. I mean, not like we haven't had weeks like this before, but they're always rough to go through. So, throw some pity at us, 140 is the number. Jay Bra says, Aaron, you have the skills to be a great radio intern. Chad Buzamok says, always a win for the toe. You guys cry about that a lot. I'm sorry that I set the record straight for some of you guys. I'm sorry that some of you guys have this over eagerness and like you're wrong about it all the time. And then I set you straight and then you go, oh, what? So you just always win. No, I'm just very honest about the losses. Like, we were short by $15 the other morning. Okay. This morning has really fucking sucked. It hasn't been great. I mean, but at the same time, the fact that we had a great July and we've been able to knock $100 off the next 3 goals, I like that. That's great. I love that part. But yeah, it's been a little more of a trickle. It's for sure. But you guys do, there are some of you who have developed toe derangement syndrome, and it's fun to watch, but you guys work yourselves into a shoot and you drive yourself crazy. Like, it matters to you if we say another win for the toe, like we do it to mock you, and then you get upset about it. You're like, but it's not another win for the toe. It's like, bro, it doesn't matter. You're looking at it the wrong way. We're fucking with you. I thought this was clear. For people who like to fuck with people, you don't take it back very well. That's all. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says guys need to stop sticking their dicks in everything wet. Yeah, she was, I mean, you don't think there were red flags about that girl with whoever knocked her up? Although then you got to think about it like, he's fucking her, so is he really the greatest guy? You know? I'd like to see the guy who's the father of this kid and if they're involved. 135 away from today's goal. Yeah, Carlos Cameo says they have toe aids. Terribly. Like, it's really bad. You watch some of them, and it's not even fun for them. It's like it's a job. You're like, I fucking hate you, and you're having a shitty week. I'm like, I'm having a pretty good week. I hate in the moment when we're fucking begging for I hate that shit. Always have. I've hated it for years. We've said it openly on the show. But, like, get over it, and then we knock out the goal, and it's kind of like digging your hands in shit to get the job done. You're like, yeah, that didn't feel good, but, you know, at least we got it done. That's the nice part. But, like, some of you, like, it really matters to you whether or not, like, how I feel about shit. And it's troubling to watch because you seem unhinged about it, to be honest. Oh, guys, I have terrible news. This is breaking news. You're going to fucking hate this. I don't even know if I can tell you. I think I have to show you. Here you go. Cardi B files for divorce from Offset. Oh, guys, it's the end of an era. No cheating. She says it's been a long time coming. If we're going to live in a world where Cardi B and Offset can't make it, I don't believe love exists anymore. But you know what? Cardi B should be single. She'd make a very good hoe. You know, I mean that, by the way, I mean that with all due respect. I mean that as a compliment. She probably wants to just go out and fuck. And Offset, I don't know. He kind of looks like a skeezy rapper, which I guess is what he is. Cardi B is pulling the plug on her marriage again, filing for divorce from Offset. Oh, yeah, if you don't know about these two, they break up and make up all the time. Like, filing for divorce, I think, might be a new one on them, but they hate each other a lot. Sources with direct knowledge tells TMZ that the split has nothing to do with cheating. We're told this is a long time coming. The two have been growing apart for a long time. As one source put it, they're just disconnected from each other. Why work on it, you know? We're told that if you look back at Cardi's post from December, she said, you know, when you just outgrow relationships, I'm tired of protecting people's feelings. I gotta put myself first. I never understood doing that on social media, because now that makes everyone who knows the two of you feel very awkward because they know exactly what you're talking about, but you're speaking in, you know, code still. I don't know. It's just a fucking gross thing to do. It puts everybody in a weird spot. But you know why they do that? You know why they write those things? Is so they can go, so they can get the text from people that go, girl, are you okay? Is everything all right? I'm praying for you. I hope you're doing okay. They want that. So, like, if they can get that treatment, then it made the Facebook post shitting on them and their partner totally worth it. By the way, thank you to Danger Bear Wolf Turtle, says, giving my part, been rough, hoping it gets better, Trump 2024. Thank you, Danger Bear Wolf Turtle. You've been keeping us afloat today. Let's get other people stepping up. We're only 100 away now. Let's do this fucking thing, guys. A hundo for your favorite show. I mean, even if you hate my guts, I'm still giving you entertainment every day. Oh, man. Chad Buzamok says, wait, even with the lowered goal. Rumble Link Friday itself didn't knock out the 150. What? Who had one? We had 150 last night for the evening, and we knocked it out. I don't know what you're talking about there, buddy. But hey, what do you do? So Cardi B has filed for divorce from Offset. Guys, stop distracting from the main point. America's sweetheart couple has broken up. What are we to do? You know, Offset did say one thing when I asked him about his divorce, about, this marriage falling apart. And he did say, I just want the Steel Toe audience to knock out the rest of the $100 goal today, because 100 is not a lot. Maybe Cardi B can marry the other surviving member of Migos. Yeah, there you go. Who's Takeoff's dead, right? You got Takeoff, Offset, and Quavo. So she can marry Quavo. He's got to be available. It's got to be good. Just move on to the next one. It's an easy transition. Oh, and by the way, they married back in 2017. They have 2 kids, 6-year-old Culture with a K. That's fun, right? And 2-year-old Wave. That's their name. Culture with a K and Wave. They got married in 2017. Cardi filed for divorce once in 2020, but withdrew the documents. But they say this time she is not changing her mind. I've heard about these two breaking up and cheating on each other and fucking other people and all kinds of stuff for years. Like this, I mean, to say this has been a long time coming, okay, maybe. But it's a long time coming, and also it's something they've done before and then backtracked it. So I guess I'll believe it when the papers are signed. By the way, did I mention my papers arrived? They're here. The final papers. My party papers. They arrived. Signed by the judge and everything. My favorite autograph. So happy. Chevy fan says, I know things are tough, Aaron, but can Steel Toe sponsor my racetrack? I know it's not rough. This week's been it's been a slog to get to 0. And one show we didn't. We got to 15. This week has been a slog. It happens sometimes. You run into those weeks. You ain't getting my money says, do you frame them? What do you do with them? The first one, April and I burned it. We just we were pumped about it, and I'd had it for a few years, and April and I decided to burn it. This one, I don't know. Do you frame it? I should keep it like within view of myself, because there were a lot of lessons I learned from it. It taught me a lot about people and trust and who people really are and recognizing red flags. So I suppose I should probably keep it somewhere where I can access it. Because it is like I said, it's a lesson teacher, if you will. Oh boy, $100 away. Who's got it? Who's going to throw in towards that $100? We've got 5 minutes until I got to rattle the cans and beg my little dick off. Pete Davidson is getting mental health help at a wellness facility. You know, the thing about Pete Davidson, I just kind of wish he'd walk away from celebrity life. Because, you know, there's just people who can handle it and people who can't. And I'm not saying Pete Davidson isn't a funny guy. I'm not saying he isn't a talented guy. But at the same time, like, is it worth it to pursue this? It's it seems like every time he gets a movie deal, every time he gets some like big event in his life, he has a mental breakdown. Like, it's just too much. It overloads him. And now he has to go get mental health help at a wellness facility. I wonder if just removing yourself from celebrity and removing yourself from public eye wouldn't be the answer. Like, maybe you'd be fine and you wouldn't need this shit anymore. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's worth a shot. But fame, I think, can be as addictive as drugs can be. And when it's gone, you're not used to that level of quiet. Sources with direct knowledge tell us the comedian and Saturday Night Live alumni has entered a wellness facility in order to focus on his mental health. Although the details on where exactly he's getting treated and for how long are scarce at the moment. Well, can we maybe leave him alone then? That's probably the point. He probably doesn't want you to know where he is. He probably doesn't want you sniffing around a fucking mental health wellness facility looking for him. Back off. Let the guy fix his broken brain. Fact is, Pete's been working himself to the bone this year in the form of more than 200 stand-up gigs, a handful of movie projects, and his Netflix comedy special, Turbo Fonzarelli. That's a terrible name. And he also did a ton of community service and other court-ordered tasks to close the book on his reckless driving case. Yeah, so it has been busy. He has been doing a lot. Maybe it's time to just take a step back. You know? Take it easy. Fix yourself. Hey, maybe take the rest of 2024 off. Maybe if he takes the next 5 months off, August, September, October, November, December, take the next 5 months off. You'll be fine. You'll sit back, relax, enjoy your money. You probably, how much? Pete Davidson's got to have a buck or two, right? Oh, if we make overtime, by the way, we got to watch Trump honoring the woman who made him turn his head during the assassination attempt. It's kind of a touching moment. He thanked her for saving his life. It's fucking wild, dude. Pete Davidson net worth $8 million. Yeah, that's enough money. I know he's a young dude, so $8 million may or may not be enough to retire on, but $8 million's enough money where you could just do stand-up for a while and maybe one movie a year and you'll be fine. Just, take some time off. Rest up. For you, buddy. For you. Approachable says, nice, you finally got your last official divorce papers so you can finally have happiness in the asshole. Yes. Now I have happiness in my asshole. Happiness in my household. Chevy Fan says, most people are on last-minute vacations and school stuff. It's not the show. Well, thank you, Chevy Fan. That's very nice. Sam Show says, the show was perfectly fine last week. Oh, no, we're still fine in the grand scheme of things. I'm just feeling shitty about my performances this week. But then again, a lot of other factors could be at play, like people said. Unfortunately, this show is way more dependent on listener donations than other shows. Other shows can just do their show and go, well, we did well today or we didn't do well today, whatever. Like Kevin's show. Our show, unfortunately, we had to replace an entire radio show worth of salaries and everything else. So, yeah, we need our audience. And we had a small audience, and we always have had a small audience. So we need the only way we survive is by asking our audience and them providing. Speaking of which, here we go, guys. 5 minutes left. Put 5 minutes on the clock, and we are $100 short of today's goal. Please kick in a couple of bucks. I'm not asking you to knock out the whole hundo. I'm just asking you not to make me sit here like an asshole for 5 minutes while nothing comes in. And, everyone who hates us just talks about what a piece of shit, garbage, asshole, cunt, cock I am. I would just really like to knock the go. I would like to know that we did a good show today. It's worth taking it an extra 30 minutes. And we can knock it out and call it another win for the toe. That's what I would like. We got a bunch of stories still left to go for you. Another half hour if we knock out this last 100. It would be nice if everybody just, did a generous thing and threw in 5 or 10 apiece. Copperhead with $10 says pity money. Thank you, Copperhead. I appreciate your pity. 90 away from today. It's double digits now. We can take it. Jay Bra says Aaron's on PEDs, ding dongs, ho-hos, and honey buns. That's the first accusation was bad enough, and then what you turned it into was humiliating, I have to say. Dive Bar says the rest of us are broke as fuck. Oh, I know. If you're a rock, I'm not squeezing you for money. Obviously, I'm not talking to you if you're broke as fuck. I'm saying those of you who aren't broke as fuck, if you got a 5 or a 10 to throw up, throw it up. OG Honky with $5 says, I want the Trump video. Well, you will get the Trump video if we knock out this last $85 for today's program. We've got 4 minutes to do it. 4 minutes to knock out $85. Cheeseburger Pie says, fine, bum, here's $2. See, I don't mind that because I am being a bum. I am being a filthy, can-rattling bum. If you need to have fun with your contributions, have fun with your contributions. $85 away from continuing this show for another half hour and knocking out tonight's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Click those links that we are spamming the chat with currently. If I was somebody else, I'd be banning myself for how much I'm spamming the chat. But it's only 85. That means a few of you chipping in, being generous, can get us the rest of the way. 3 minutes to go. Lots to talk about. Trump honoring the young lady who put up the chart on screen that got him to turn his head just before he got shot. We've also got one of those trans boxers in the Olympics yesterday, and somebody just getting the living fucking shit beat out of him. It's a terrible look for the Olympics. And also some of the crazy Islamic shit going on in the UK right now. I don't know if you've been seeing it. It's pretty wild, man. Pretty nuts. But in order to do any of that, we need your money. $85 away. Or we're failures. I did a horseshit show. I even threw in $100. I said, you know what? The audience is great. They've been doing an awesome job. July was an awesome month. We made lots of money. I'm taking $100 off the next 3 shows. Gray Duckling says, I'm broke, but the fact is that I make bad financial decisions all the time. Well, thank you for the $51. Oh, that's saving our ass. $35 away from today's goal. Come on, guys. If he can do 50, you can throw in 5 or 10 and knock out the rest of this thing. 2-minute warning. 35 to go. Let's get Toe there. Let's get another win for the Toe. It would be really nice. Atomic Ray says, it's the first of the month, you poors. Dish out the donos. Don't save them for Kiki's OnlyFans. Jay Bra says, Kiki's OnlyFans is overpriced at free. See, now it's just getting mean-spirited. I didn't say any of this. Chelino with $5. Nope, Chelino, your shit is on the way once again. This is my 3rd time sending something to Canada. Oh, thank you, buddy. It's going to be good. You're going to like it. Copperhead with $10 says, no one likes a failure. Thank you, buddy. $25 away from today's goal. Keep it going. $25 is very, very doable. We've got 1 minute left. Will it be done? Mindy Lee with $10. Hey, $15 left to go. You guys can do it. Oh, boy. 15 away with a minute to go. People are now talking about pictures you can see for free of someone with an OnlyFans. That's not very nice. Deranged Lunatic, a.k.a. DL with $4.99. $10 away from another win for the Toe. 30 seconds to go. Let's take a refresher. $5 from Matthew Q says, sorry, I'm bad luck. When I donate, you normally don't hit the goal. Here's some carrot cash. $5 away. A whopping $5 away from another win for the Toe. $2 from OG Honky says, wait, does Kiki actually have OnlyFans and is it good? I know she does, but I don't know. I've never looked at it. It would feel weird to me if I looked at it. All right, $5 away, 10 seconds left. Are we getting the last 5? 3, 2, 1, 0. All right, $5 away. It's another win for the Toe. Someone's coming up with it. Thank you guys very much for the rally at the end. It worked out perfectly. A smile on all of our faces today as we were able to choke out that 200, that smaller goal today. Chad Buzamok says it's fun to watch the smile return to your face as the goal gets kicked out in the last 5 minutes. From your panic sweat to smiling is funny. I hope it is. I feel like it's entertaining. I feel like me going, oh God, I'm a fucking fraud. I'm terrible. To the audience going, hold. All right, but fuck him with money. And then I go, hey, I'm not the failure that I thought I was. And then we'll do it all over again tomorrow. Does that sound like fun? Sounds like fun to me. So, $5 away. You guys will hammer it out. We'll be good. Tomorrow, remember, is Rumble Friday. Oh, there we go. Timothy with $10 says, finished the rally. Now start the race war. Another win for the Toe, and that puts us at a mighty 2 in a row. Lexi with $2 says, you did not earn this. Thank you. I appreciate that. That should be our new theme. I think the haters could get involved with that one. Throw us money, but belittle the host and tell them that in no uncertain terms, you don't deserve this. That could be kind of a fun one. See, Sam Show says, I think the panicking is an act. Chad Buzamok nails it, though. He says, Smash, I think the panic sweat is the most honest part of Aaron. It is. Ask anybody. Even when we were number one in the ratings and radio, even when I had every live read advertisement spot filled up, I would still, when we were having a rough day or like it felt like the show wasn't going as well or the chat wasn't moving as quickly, I would go, I'm a fraud, I'm terrible, I'm awful, the show sucks. Or like if a sponsor would drop off and I'd have to replace them, which I could always do within a week, I would be like, I suck, this is the beginning of the end, it's all over. I think that's a lot of people who do like any kind of entertainment though, radio, streaming, TV, movies, whatever. Like there's always that constant hole that you're a fraud and that you're going to get discovered at any second. You're not really this good. You suck. I think that's what keeps us performing. Because we're just like, I have to outrun my own sense of failure. I think it's the most honest take you're going to get from any of us, truthfully. Deranged Lunatic, a.k.a. DL with 199, says, Aaron, you are the failure you think you are. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Everything you're putting in right now goes towards tomorrow. Thank you very much for your guys' generosity. And not only that, the pep talks. The pep talks. See, now all of these are so mean. Yeah, Sam Show says it's what the kids call imposter syndrome. Oh, yeah, I have imposter syndrome like a motherfucker. Like, even if this fall we get our, the deal we've been looking for and everything's roses again and the career is right back on track, like, even if that happens the way it's been shaping up, I'm still going to have that feeling. Like, is it going to be great to have no goals anymore? Yeah, that would be fucking wonderful. But I'll replace that, like the not meeting the goal feeling of imposter syndrome, I will replace that with something else. I will replace it with like ratings, sales inefficiencies, like anything else. Also, it's really weird to listen to other radio people talk about, they shit on me for like, he had a morning show that he sold ads for. You're a retarded broadcaster if you're not getting involved in the sales end of the business for two reasons. One, it's an easy way to make a fuckload of money. Salespeople are the most overrated people out there because it's an easy fucking job if you're outgoing. Also, so you can make a shitload of money quickly. And number two, you get to control who advertises on your program. Like, that's what you should want as a performer. Like, if you're a performer and you just go, oh, I let the sales staff sell the stuff that I hawk on my show. Oh, so you don't really believe in it. You're just letting them do it. This way, I could always pick people that I liked. Like, I got to hawk 3rd Street beer. I drink 3rd Street beer. I fucking love it. I talked about the Boot Shack. I get all my boots at the Boot Shack. I love the Boot Shack. Got to talk about the Boot Shack. So, like, radio people who go, oh, Imholt, when he did his show, made extra money by selling ads. It's like, yeah, you're the fucking retard for not doing that. How did you not get in on that? Plus, when AI takes all the radio personality jobs, you're still employable. You're safe because you've got sales chops, sales experience. Dude, if you have sales experience, you are one of the most employable people out there. Everyone always needs salespeople. Rebel Scum for Hire says, where is the beggar plate? One of our listeners bought it. They offered a bunch of money for it, and we said, you can have it. Cheeseburger Pie says, I heard they're getting things set up for you, Aaron. I don't know. I think if we did anything, it would be here. We just kind of hook up. Wild Saffron says, you may suffer from imposter syndrome, but your boobs are still bigger than Kiki's. Thank you. Thank you. Sam Show says, isn't sales just a formula? AI will take over that too. Well, in fairness, AI is going to take over everything and kill us eventually. Like, we'll be put to the sword, so to speak. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says, you're a fraud, but not like Kiki. Oh, see, now you guys it just seems petty at this point. You guys are so mean. Why you got to be, I got to ask you guys a question. Why you got to be such bullies? Super chat me your answer. I'm going to find you a new Shaka. I can't be putting Shaka on the air with some of the stuff I'd like to do. King Kong Dong says Aaron always had the biggest tits on his show after Whiskey Pete. Well, Whiskey Pete could be a titty boy. That's for sure. All right, let's do this Trump thing. At a rally last night in Butler, Pennsylvania, by the way, fucking rad, right? Donald Trump brought up his staffer who put up the chart that he was looking at that he had to move his head for so that the bullet caught him in the ear and not the head or the face or whatever. This was kind of a cool moment from his rally last night.
That chart, the amazing thing, the people that operate the computers and all the brilliant equipment we have backstage, she said to me, she's great, she should come out. Just tell her to come out here for a second. Quick, you got to get her out. She's never done this before. She saved my life, in a sense. I said, you saved my life. Here she is. Wow.
No, she doesn't want to talk. You know what sucks about this? And this is a really cool moment. That's really nice of Trump and everything. I just hope this doesn't fuck her over. Because, people who don't like Trump are fucking assholes and they don't give a shit who they hurt because their lives are miserable. I could see people figuring out who that woman is and I'm going to make sure she doesn't get a job, or I'm going to call this place or that place. And, he's like, do you want to say something? And she's like, no, I don't want to say anything. Because, you don't know what people are going to do. It's cool that she came out there, and it's awesome that Trump did that for her and, thanked her for saving his life and everything. But at the same time, for some reason, I got this feeling. I'm like, some of these fucking dipshits that don't like him are now going to try and fuck with her, which is the ugliest. That's why maybe Twitter going away wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Maybe it is time for that forum to die, and Reddit. Reddit's got some good stuff about it, but Discord and a lot of these other places, all that Mr. Beast shit happened on Discord. That creepy trans guy that was creeping on underage people. That was all happening on Discord. That's a cesspool. That's a shitty place. If that went away and Twitter went away, I think we'd have a better, nicer culture and society. But until those things all go away, I can see people trying to find out who this is and who her parents are and where she went to school and what jobs she's looking to get and all of that shit. And just fucking with her. And it's just a nasty, disgusting. I hate that I know we're like that and I think that way sometimes. But what else are you going to do? You got to live in the real world, unfortunately. Even though that internet world isn't exactly the real world, they could turn it into it for her. So I hope they all just leave her the fuck alone. She's a hero, man. She put up the chart that made Trump turn his head. Otherwise, he'd be dead.
Hi.
No, she's a computer genius. She saved my life.
Yeah. That's very cool of him to acknowledge that. Because, did she? I guess sort of. She kind of saved his life. Somebody was going to have to put that graph up there. I guess if not her, who? All right. It makes sense. You know what? Checks out. Let's go into the chat. To see the word tits 3 times in a row is funny to me. Chevy fan with $1 says Aaron would dodge a bullet looking at the mini donut stand. But that's that. Now, see, that's a fat joke. How is that? I don't enjoy that. Bigot on socialist media says they probably already doxed her. Well, remember that cunt who worked for the Washington Post? I think she still does, actually. Taylor Lorenz. Remember she was writing that story about libs of TikTok and she had such a fucking hard-on for who it was? And then she found out who it was and they outed her and then went to her parents' house and started bothering her parents and then kind of trying to bully Chaya Raichik into commenting on the whole deal. It's these people, these people just are so incensed and they're so obsessed with their own political philosophy that they don't care who they fuck over. They don't care who they put in danger. They don't care who they hurt as long as they fucking stick it to their opponent. It's disgusting. And people like that have no shame. So like when you try to tell them what they are, it doesn't register with them because that shame doesn't exist. So like the only real way to stop them is, back in the day, you just beat the shit out of them and then they'd fucking behave. Problem with the internet is you can't beat the shit out of these people. You can't find them. I think it should be legal if people fuck with people's lives on Twitter and they catch a beating in real life. I believe it should be allowed. I believe you shouldn't be allowed to press charges. If you go, oh, well, I kept calling this guy's work 3,000 times, calling him a PDF file, and he came to my house and kicked the fucking shit out of me. If I'm the cops, I'm like, it's totally fair then. Yeah, but I'm going to be in a wheelchair for 6 months. You should be in a wheelchair the rest of your life. You're worthless. You're a scumbag. You're an evil person. Like that, if we could make a federal law that says if you go on Discord, Reddit, Twitter, and all these places, and you try to like gang up and like cancel culture somebody, it's totally legal for that person to beat the living fuck out of you. Everything but killing you or removing a limb should be allowed. Decentralize the internet like pre-2010, says Sam Show. Keep all the weirdos isolated on their weirdo forums. Not a bad idea. Wild Saffron says, I have never been on Twitter and my life is not hindered or lacking in knowledge because of it. I'd bet I'm happier than anyone wasting time fighting idiots and bots. Yeah, I put up a post a day to promote the show, and then I don't even look at it. And honestly, there's so many things you wouldn't believe that are just on Twitter, and they're not anywhere else in the world. Like, you could read Twitter and go, oh my God, this is happening. But then if you don't look at Twitter, you're like, oh, wait, that's not happening, actually. Like 5 people said that. It's not happening. I know that. Discord snoops on everything you type into it. Yeah, they're bringing up like all kinds of Discord shit from that Mr. Beast co-host guy, that Tyson. Was it Chris Tyson, the trans guy, who they found out was being really fucking weird with underage boys? Not like that's, indicative of any kind of currently existing statistics, but they're finding a lot of weird shit on him. I was watching some who's that guy who, like, when we first saw him, he had like 8,000 subscribers, and now he's got like 250,000, and he like covers comics and shit. God damn it, I can't remember. Too Lazy to Try. I like some of Too Lazy to Try stuff. Sometimes he gets a little too internet-y, and he does the safe position. Like, sometimes he'll shit on Rogan and be like, I think Joe Rogan might be done because this thing that he's doing is not good, and he's kind of taking an L on this one. And it's like, you look at him, you're like, no, dude, you want him to take an L on this one. He's not actually, you're kind of doing the Reddit guy shit at this point. Like, sometimes he ironically, his name's Too Lazy to Try, but sometimes he tries a little too hard. But other times he fucking has good news scoops, man, and he actually nails shit. Like, there's certain guys you can tell he hates, and even I might not like him either, but like the conclusions he comes to is like, okay, you're kind of being a needy Reddit guy now. Like, he'll be like, Tom Segura said this on his show, and now he's taking giant L's, and everybody hates him. And it's like, actually, his numbers haven't moved, and it hasn't affected him in the least. Just be honest and be like, Tom Segura said a shitty thing like a cunt, and I fucking hate him, and he sucks. That would be more fair. But there's other things where he's walking you line by line through all the stuff that's happening. Like the Chris Tyson thing, I was listening to him yesterday, and he was like, Mr. Beast hasn't said anything about this, and this is a huge L for Mr. Beast. And it's like, not really. Mr. Beast can just cut him loose and move on. Like, Mr. Beast didn't do any of this shit. So I think you can tell sometimes that Too Lazy to Try has a little bit of a hard-on for the guys who are doing well. And he's like, and I'm going to keep covering the Kill Tony problems. And I'm like, I'm not a big Tony Hinchcliffe fan, but are there really big Kill Tony problems, or do sometimes some of the comics do embarrassing shit? Because there's a difference. Sam Show says Discord is hooked into Google's AdSense, so it uses it to identify who you are just short of your actual name. Landers says Segura does suck ass along with his butt buddy Bert, would still fuck them both. Jesus Christ, Landers. No, I'm not a big Tom Segura guy. I fucking can't stand Bert Kreischer, but like, I also don't like the dishonesty of internet people who go like, this is it for them. They're done. They're so finished. It's like, no, they're not. Stop it. You're a grown-up. Stop talking that way. You sound like an imbecile. Knock it. You cannot like somebody or not like someone's work and not constantly be like, this is it. This is a bad look. It's an L. It's not. The best example I know of this is, remember when Logan Paul beat the fucking shit out of Dylan Dennis and humiliated him for talking all that shit about his girl? There are people who really hate Logan Paul, and Too Lazy to Try was one of them. So they tried to paint Logan Paul beating the fuck out of Dylan Dennis to the point where Dennis embarrassed himself and tried to get himself disqualified from the fight because he couldn't beat Logan Paul. He got the fuck beat out of him. And people like Too Lazy to Try were like, this is a big L for Logan. Like, this is a total L for him because Dennis clowned him during the fight. It's like, bro, you're trying too hard to hate the guy. Like, just wait back and let the actual hateable thing happen, and then you can cover it and it'll mean more. But the guy's smacking a guy around a ring for 5 rounds and then winning by stoppage. I'm sorry, dude. That's not an L. He talked a bunch of shit about your girl. He couldn't back it up in the fucking ring, and you smacked him around for it. That's a W. That's like the living definition of a win. Yeah, Landers, that's a good point. That's another one he uses. The walls are closing in. The walls aren't closing in. Stop. Carlos Cameo says, Bert Kreischer makes your average alcoholic look fucking Islamic. Yeah, I'm surprised he doesn't have gout. You know? I feel like Bert Kreischer's a guy who should have definitely had some gout in his day. I don't get why he's funny. I don't understand it. Like, there's some guys who I don't find funny, but I understand, like, why. I don't understand what Bert Kreischer does other than take his shirt off. Chad Buzamok says Aaron sees himself in Logan Paul. No, I don't really see a lot of similarities between Logan and I. I just know that Logan gets a lot of hate, and those haters were being really disingenuous when he beat the fuck out of Dennis. Like, they couldn't bring themselves. I think there's an honorable part of a hater when you can go, all right, well, he didn't get an L there. He fucking totally, that was a hit. That was a connect. And like, if you do that, then your next criticism of him will be a lot more valid, I feel like. Not a fan of Bert, but I do love Kill Tony, says King Kong Dong. Yeah, is Tony Hinchcliffe really hurting anybody? What's he doing? Like, he does a lot of pro wrestling stuff, too. He interviews a lot of wrestlers and shit. I don't really see the issue with, I don't see the hard-on people have for Tony Hinchcliffe. I don't think he's big enough to bother anyone, is he? Kill Tony is fun, another person says. Chevy fan says, Aaron sees himself in John Goodman. Hey, you fucking stop it. National treasure, as far as I'm concerned. National treasure. Sam Show says, get it? Because he subdues with headbutts. Oh, the headbutting. Lander says, Bill Burr makes my butthole pucker. Bill Burr's another guy who, like, people turned on, and they were like, oh, he's a sellout. Dude, he was never a fucking Republican. Like, people thought that he agreed with them. That's an obnoxious thing about comics, or about fans of comedy, is they feel like every comedian they like should believe everything they do. Bill Burr has always been kind of a middle-of-the-road guy. You just thought he was a Republican because he made fun of feminists a lot. He just is annoyed by feminists, that's all. I mean, he didn't like sell out and become a different guy. He just got older and bitched about different stuff. He had kids. You know, his life's focus changed. And then he started having different stuff he had to write about and different stuff he had to joke about. Lander says it's the constant bending over and using his black wife as an angle. Does he, though? I don't really think Bill Burr does that. I think people say he does that, so people just started believing it. I think the Bill Burr hate is some of the most overblown hate there is. He's super funny. He's still fucking effortlessly hilarious, just in conversation. Like, if he's on a talk show, it doesn't even have to be material. He's just a funny guy. And he still goes on stage and crushes, which it's got to be hard to do when you have as much money as he does, to, like, stay hungry for that kind of shit. Jay Bra says maybe he's annoying, but he's fucking funny. Yeah, you can't. I think you got to be a special kind of hater to go out and say, like, Bill Burr's not funny anymore. Stop. He's still one of the funniest guys alive. I think Shane Gillis is coming up strong behind him. I wish they'd let Louis back into the, like, center stage, because I bet you Louis is still the funniest guy out there. I know Louis still been doing specials, but nobody will promote him. Nobody will have him on. Like, it's been enough time. He's paid his price. Leave Louis alone. We're losing a lot of good stuff. That Kill Tony with Shane as Trump and Biden was fucking hilarious. Yeah, the Trump-Biden Kill Tony was really funny. I liked it. Chevy fan, I can't read that. I'll read it on Rumble Friday. Chad Buzamok says, Burr changed 100% for his wife. I don't think so. I really don't think he did. Landers says, oh, never said he wasn't funny. It's like Shane Gillis for me. It's a love-hate relationship. I think Shane Gillis is kind of filling that Louis C.K. role, kind of the slobby guy with a simple yet funny take on life that you kind of didn't consider. You know, I think he's kind of taken up that mantle. J. Bra says Louis C.K. is better than Dave Chappelle, in my opinion. Hate away. Wow, let me sit back and think about that. Yes, I'm going to agree. Louis C.K. is funnier than Dave Chappelle. But it's like, okay, it's like saying who was the better home run hitter, Barry Bonds or Babe Ruth? Like, they're both like the greatest of their era. They're both objectively fucking hysterical. And it's one of those arguments where if someone goes, Chappelle's funnier than Louis C.K., I'm not going to argue with them. You know? Dave Chappelle was funny when he started Eddie Murphying his shit, says Sam Show. Okay. I actually like Louis C.K., says Landers. The whole masturbating thing makes him more of a champ in my mind. Now, wait a minute. Don't you hate it when people agree with you in a way that you didn't want them to agree with you? I wasn't saying the masturbating was good. I was saying I don't think those ladies were upset as they claimed to be. And B, I think that it's enough time has passed that any wrong he did has kind of been washed away with time. You know, I believe he's paid his fee. I believe he's paid his fare to get back in the game. This cleric wants to buy a Scottish island to establish an Islamic homeland. God. But one Anglican pastor wants to buy it for Christendom instead. Great. We're going to have the Great War of Megiddo start in fucking Scotland. Awesome. There's a weird thing going on in Britain now where they're getting a bigger and bigger Muslim population. And it's not like the American Islamic population where like American culture always takes over because everything's so integrated here. And like you can't help but become a piece of shit American within 2 or 3 generations. That's what's happening to Somalis in St. Cloud, Minnesota. But in Britain, they do a lot more compartmentalizing. They do a lot more, like, honestly, self-segregating between Muslims, whites, and all of that stuff. So the Muslims there, a wee bit radical. A wee bit more radical, certainly, than in the United States. Let's go ahead and play this.
هذا ندائي لجميع المؤمنين والمؤمنات.
It says, if you want to live free under the banner in front of you, peace be upon him.
أن تعيشوا أحرارا.
Here, my brothers, God willing, we want to build the largest mosque, the school, the Haza. You know what a Haza is, Tony? It's a pig who don't fly straight.
أخواني إن شاء الله نريد نبني المسجد الأكبر.
So he wants to build a giant fucking mosque on this shitty island. Okay. We want this place to be a homeland to the Shiites and the believers in a wide land. Well, here we go. Lots of sheep for you to fuck. It consists of 3 islands. We thought about launching a film shooting site. Ooh, he's getting fancy like. So we can shoot our next films here too. Okay, so the Muslim guy wants to build a mosque on the island, on Torsa Island, and that's where he wants to establish his big Islamic base. Okay. Well, Father Calvin Robinson, an Anglican priest, got a hold of this news, And he wrote, if every one of my followers donated £5, we could buy this island for Christendom. By the way, that's a word that needs to make a comeback. Christendom. A principled owner has refused to sell to Islamists. Let us offer him a British alternative. Let us put our money where our mouth is, a fiver for the kingdom. Wow, those Christian preachers are really good at raising that money, aren't they? I could learn a thing or two from those guys. A fiver for the kingdom. God, I'm kind of jealous of the UK. They can just go, no, I don't want to sell to Islamists. Like in America, that's a fucking lawsuit, Jack. Like you gotta go to court over that shit. So we've got a brewing holy war in the UK. This is something. Let's keep our eye on it. Hope it doesn't, make its way across the pond. Just keep it on the island. That would be good though, because the holy war would be. We would be able to condense it onto one island. It couldn't leak out to everyone else. See? Might be worth it. Yeah, but Bond's cheated with drugs, so it's not even a comparison. Who's Bond? What do you guys... I don't know what you guys are talking about now. Well, that's... Fuck Islam is certainly something. MSO says, show needs more cowbell, less cow smell. Oh, like cow shit. Approachable says, fuck yeah, bring on the Crusades 2.0. Dive Bar says, thanks for reading the translation to English for those of us who can't watch the screen. Johnny failed yesterday to do that. It's you learn. Wild Saffron says, the British are getting what they deserve. They still have a monarchy, taxes are absurd, and they put demonic portraits of their king on display to show their degenerate beliefs. Well, I guess they're paying for it now then, right? All right, guys, that's it. We're done for today. That is the program. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for knocking it out. That is our last, mandatory goal of the week. Tomorrow, it's Rumble Friday with your $5 links. We're still going to have a number. We're still going to have that 240 number. You guys got $10 in. We're still going to have that 240 number if you want to do overtime. Otherwise, let's have a great Rumble Friday tomorrow. I appreciate it. Take it easy. Have a great rest of your day. Let's come back at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Later, everybody.